32 going out yesterday. He shot 69, McIlroy did. He's 1 over, made the cut on the number, just like Xander Schauffele did. Schauffele was fighting the cut line throughout on Friday, and he now has made the cut in 64 straight PGA Tour events. That is the longest current streak in golf.
Start counting that in years. It's probably 3 years for him.
Schauffele a 72 on Thursday and 71 yesterday.
And you're right, he fought the entire way. He never got any cushion or got ahead of that cut number.
This is back on Thursday, Mark. This was a birdie on his 17th hole of the day to post a 1 over 72. And then yesterday in the second round, he was fighting. In fact, he was 3 over, hit it in the water at the 7th. This was his 5th shot to save par and remain 3 over. Had a couple of birdies coming in, including this one at the 10th.
Just to remind you, +2 is they went home. They needed +1.
Bogeyed 11, then again at 12, bounced back.
Yeah, 2 good shots in here. Left it a little bit above the hole, but that was a big birdie.
Birdied 15, parred 16, 17, and 18, the entire green mile to make the cut on the number. And not only does he have the longest streak in all tournaments, he has the longest streak in major championships. Hideki Matsuyama missed the cut this week, so his streak ended at 19. So now it's Schauffele who leads Scheffler by 1 in major championship cut streak.
Might be the only statistic Scotty Scheffler's behind in, I might add. But these guys are chasing.
Chris Kirk playing with Schauffele and McIlroy in his 11th start in the PGA. 5th 3 years ago in Tulsa at Southern Hills. That's the 2-time PGA champion, Rory McIlroy. And there are a sea of people that will be watching him on a hole he's hoping to make birdie on.
We've got just a touch over 600 yards today. We did have obviously a brief shower. Put down less than 1/10 of an inch. No material change in the conditions from yesterday. Back hole location, this green actually slopes away from the players. Starting about middle of that green. They can reach. There's not many par 5s out there Rory or Xander can't reach.
What a unique situation with the leaders going off on the 1st and Rory McIlroy and Xander Schauffele at the same time on the 10th.
Good afternoon and welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is the 1:38 starting time. Now on the tee from Georgia, Chris Kirk.
Such a neat tradition that they have here, the PGA of America, using all sorts of PGA of America club professionals from all over North America as the starters throughout the entirety of the event. Kirk rallied yesterday with that 1 under par 70 to make the cut on the number. Chris is a 6-time winner on the PGA Tour.
Now on the tee from Northern Ireland, the 2012-2014 PGA champion, Rory McIlroy.
He was asked earlier this week if he could pick this course against any other course, which one would he pick? And he said this one. He's won on it 4 times on the PGA Tour, including last year. Good start.
Now on the tee from California, the 2024 PGA champion, Xander Schauffele.
That was a record scoring total, 21 under last year at Valhalla. He begins the 3rd round 9 back at 1 over.
Only 7 back of second, however. Familiar southwest breeze helped hold that one. And I was about to say, don't be shocked if Xander doesn't tap it right out there with Mr. Mcllroy most of the day.
Passed him there.
He's sneaky long. That's 328 for those keeping yardage scores at home.
The sun is out. The wind is up. And Andres Gonzalez is on the golf course for us today.
Yeah, Taylor, this is going to be a great day. It's going to be a battle of the mind right now for all 3 of these players. They were supposed to go off early in the morning with this rain delay and lightning delay. Now they are 5 hours plus later, so have to completely rechange and reset their mind. So as they get going, we're going to see if they can really start to make some birdies and put something out there early for the leaders to look at. It's not really going to be early, though, because the leaders are teeing off the same time off of the front side. We have some storylines. Rory McIlroy has not hit that many fairways, which is a little bit unusual for him. One of the best drivers in the game, but he did put in a new driver after the USGA deemed his last one not fit for play on Tuesday. So needs to find some fairways to make some birdies. Xander Schauffele has made his 63rd cut in a row, so we are in for some good golf. And let's not forget about Chris Kirk. You mentioned it, 6-time winner on the PGA Tour. 44 wins between all of them, and that includes 7 majors by Xander Schauffele and Rory McIlroy. So we're going to have some fun today.
Fireworks out there, Brooksy. And a really unique situation where you have a bunch of spectators following a group on the other side of the golf course while the leaders are going off.
People follow the rock stars. They follow the rock stars and the celebs, and these 2 guys qualify.
Chris Kirk typically plays a big draw and was trying to draw it off of the wind, but was unable to do it. So he is short and in that right rough. Could have some issues with that big tree in front of him. And it's go time for Schauffele and McIlroy. You said it, with that back hole location, you have 31 yards from the front of the green all the way back to the flag. Plenty of green to work with for Schauffele and McIlroy coming up here momentarily. 74 players made the cut at 1 over par or better. There will be a conversation to be had tomorrow, Mark, about how far back is too far back. I don't know that we can have that conversation today. It sort of feels like anybody's ball game with the wind up and this bunched leaderboard. Everybody is either 9 shots back or better.
Well, if you are behind, you should be hoping for heavy winds or some kind of heavy wind just for separation purposes. It's not too early. However, the reality is we've only played about 50% of the golf tournament. In fact, a few guys, that's all they've played. So half the tournament's to go. So if you were 8 behind, it's pretty obvious you could have an 8-shot swing the other direction. I count numbers of people. There are a ton of people. There's 25 players, in fact, at 3 under par or lower, which is only 5 shots behind Johnny Vegas, the leader. So technically that's a packed leaderboard. So we'll see who jumps out of the pack and becomes a contender tomorrow. These guys need to shoot mid-60s at the highest to have a realistic shot, in my opinion.
Sir. Thank you.
Dre, I can tell you all about where to miss it around here, and you have to get under this tree and cut it over to the right.
That you do. That's going to be tough to do out of this lie, sitting down a bit. And this is heading left.
See if it stayed in the fairway or not here in just a moment.
McIlroy has the firepower to get to this pin set in the back, 287 yards. It is playing down about 6 paces. With that down 250 to the front edge of the green.
Struggling with tee shots this week, but found the fairway here.
Wind has been gusting out of the west-southwest. This is the most wind that we've felt all week long. For viewers at home, west-southwest is directly out of the right now for Rory. Lost this one out to the right. This will be right of the bunker.
That green runs away from him on that angle. Not the right miss there. He's trying to hold it up against that breeze.
Schauffele now 279 all the way to the pin, and just 242 to that front edge.
That tree, the tree must be a little bit of bother there, hanging out in the fairway.
Austin Kaiser gave me the symbol for 4, so it's either a 4-wood or a 9-wood. I'm gonna say 4-wood. Oh, he clipped tree immediately. Holds its line though.
Fall into that collection area.
I wonder if that tree wasn't potentially in the way. Leafed. Didn't catch any wood there, fortunately.
Schauffele and McIlroy playing each of the first 3 days together in this PGA Championship. They were grouped with the #1 player in the game, Scottie Scheffler, the first 2 days. McIlroy's #2, Schauffele's #3. Scheffler playing at the same time over on the first hole right now in this unique situation. Scottie's 5 under, 3 off the lead. McIlroy and Schauffele both 9 back at 1 over. Just 3 more players to tee off in this 3rd round over at the first, including the 18 and 36 hole leader, Jonathan Vegas. Mark, you won this 29 years ago.
How many?
29. You gave yourself a chance in a number of major championships, a couple of U.S. Opens, the Open Championship. As we see where these 3 ended up, Kirk's in the left rough and Schauffele just in front of the green, and Mcllroy is going to have to show off all of his talent as he's short-sighted. What does it feel like to have to wait all day and sleep on the lead coming into the 3rd round in a major?
Well, their actual tee time for those leaders didn't really change. I think the change going from twosomes to threesomes is a bigger bother for a couple of reasons.
More tree issues here, Dre.
Yeah, he's going to have the same issue trying to turn it the other way now, but again, thick rough, tough to get it to turn.
Chicken jockey!
That will be even more challenging than Xander's shot from that position.
If you want to know what's really odd, the leaders are actually playing an hour earlier than they were scheduled, which is quite unusual. I've got the original tee sheet right here. They're supposed to go at 2:45.
Instead, 50 minutes earlier.
Yeah, I'll call that an hour. So not a big change, but they had to be called so that you can kind of do the math right there. The guys around 1:30, they didn't really change much, but interesting that they've actually gone an hour earlier than originally scheduled.
We had almost 5 inches of rain since Sunday. Washouts Sunday and Monday, significant amount of rain Tuesday and Wednesday, dry Thursday and Friday. Hey Trey, any impact from that storm this morning on the golf course that you can tell?
Not really. I mean, maybe just a tiny bit of moisture, but there was less than 1/10 of an inch of rain. So I saw a little bit of mud on both Xander and Rory's ball, but none that I would really be all that worried about, at least on the first hole so far.
To finish my thought on the tee time change, I'm going to say it wouldn't affect some guys much, but playing in threesomes is way slower than twos. And that is harder to deal with. That extra hour and 15 minutes, if you haven't been in the winner's circle for a while, it turns into a long march potentially.
I couldn't agree with you more there, Mark. When you get to the weekend, you're excited to get from threesomes to twosomes. You play a little bit faster. You're able to get into a little more of a rhythm.
A lot less watching, standing around. Less waiting in the twosomes for sure.
You know, when you're near a green, you like to ask the walker how close they can get this to the hole. My question instead, Dre, is can Rory keep this on the green?
The ball's sitting down a little bit. He's going to need something special to get on the green. And this face is laid as open as possible. Unfortunately, the ball's sitting down just a little bit, so I don't think he can go under it, or at least slide right under it. He should be able to get some height on it.
That is about as good as you can do. Everything running away from you there, Brooksy.
Yes, sir. Punished appropriately for a really misplayed second there.
Were you guys able to get his club head speed on that?
He
Looked
was,
like 101.
he was accelerating through that one, wasn't he?
That would be called a negative smash factor.
Go! Go! Guided every time. Thank God. Yeah.
Well, Xander was able to take relief from his drain. His left toe was on it. But this is a tough one too, just on a slight downslope. He needs to get this up in the air just a little bit with a lot of spin because the green is running away from him the entire way. test his nerves here early, Mark.
He's got good ones. Clipped nicely. It's just down the hill there. Downhill, downwind, down grain.
All three of these players short-sighted. Schauffele and McIlroy still will be hitting their fourth shot. This is Kirk's fourth shot. And how challenging is this one?
Yeah, pretty similar to that of what Xander has. Ball slightly above his feet, though. Got to make sure you keep this club face square all the way through. This is pretty fancy.
Yeah, there was some nip on that one.
Fantastic play by Kirk to get some check there.
Short of the hole. I mean, the play on the second shot here is to knock it through the green or into the left greenside bunker. Pretty textbook style there. Technique.
Here, significant tilt in this green from the middle portion of it to the back. You're thinking Kirk's ball 20 feet from the hole is just going to stop there. It keeps going all the way to the hole. And now Rory and Xander with uphill chips for birdie. Maybe even putts.
They both have putters out right now. I don't think that they're planning on chipping these. Pretty straight back up the ball line here, too. If anything, it may want to curl a little bit to the left. You're just hoping that it doesn't bobble coming out of this first cut of rough.
Par 5 10th is one of the easiest holes on the course. Has been all week, is every week. It has been the fourth easiest hole so far in this PGA Championship. And now it's Xander's turn.
You could change that terminology to least difficult. You could make a mess out of this one pretty quickly.
That's a birdie. Defending champion starting with a putt from off the green here.
Stayed on the ground nicely. Ball is just hugging the ground rolling.
Scrambling par for Kirk. Be careful with these. McIlroy was 4 under through 10 on his round yesterday, but some misses just outside 3 feet. This is just inside 3 feet. They go to the challenging 11th.
Should Might be a little back into the breeze. Players turned to the right after they exited the 10th. Beautiful dogleg left, par 4, 475 yards today. A lot of that's because the hole location is way back in the left corner. 27 yards on. I think this is that hole location. Taylor, you said if you're gonna miss it, actually just a little long is fine. It's probably the miss.
One of the few places, Mark, where long is fine.
We just had 2 in a row, 10 and this one. It all depends on where the hole location is, obviously.
We've had 27 players come through here, Dre, and only one has made birdie today.
Understandable, playing back into the wind, and with these bunkers guarding the left-hand side of this fairway, it kind of forces you right. It narrows up, and the fairway runs out with this dog leg turning to the left.
All right, Xander.
Starting at the bunkers and trying to cut back towards the fairway.
Didn't make it.
I venture to say this is probably a little easier tee shot for someone with Chris Kirk's length. Doesn't have quite enough firepower to take on the bunkers, so forced to play out to the right. And this is heading right.
Well, you said, Dre, this morning that after Rory had to deal with putting this new driver in the bag, that he was striping this new driver on the range.
It's not going to take long for someone of his caliber to start feeling comfortable over it. Up the right center, made it a left kick.
Got it.
Sure looks good through 2 swings with it today.
We'll have to track down where Xander is. It looked like he airmailed, carried those bunkers, it looked like.
Xander Schauffele has had possession of this Wanamaker Trophy for the last 52 weeks.
superb.
Sure has.
This to take the lead outright. Dead center. Another thing of beauty has been the way that he has bounced back. A great sign where his head is right now.
This is the moment you dream of as a kid.
To win it all.
Xander with victory at Quail Hollow.
What a thrilling moment for Schauffele 52 weeks ago in Louisville, Kentucky. Barely staying out of that fairway bunker, hitting a terrific shot with his feet in the bunker. And the ball out of it, just in front of that green to get up and down. Nice catch by the hole on the left side as it rattled in. Setting a PGA Championship record at 21 under par, beating Bryson DeChambeau by 1. Here at the 11th, Schauffele has found the last of those fairway bunkers on the left. Chris Kirk in the trees to the right. It's the second straight hole he's done that. And Rory McIlroy striped another one. Some pine straw problems, Dre, but an opening.
It's not much of an opening. I'd give him 1 out of 25 of getting this on the green. He's got to keep it very low, probably 50 yards in front of him. He needs to keep it under branches that are maybe 12 feet off the ground and then just hope that it chases up. This entire fairway does carry him from right to left, so that's going to make it even tougher.
Oh, yeah. Like a ball.
Big high fade.
We will find it.
I'm not sure it got all the way to the greenside bunker, but maybe just short of it. McIlroy now 183, back into the breeze, slightly out of the left. Driving this down at the center of the green and drawing.
Oh, yeah, terrific. How good was that, Brooksy?
Perfect. Chalkboard. Just how he drew it up. Looked like a little chippy 6-iron.
Yeah, I agree. All right. We're still trying to hit on that 11. Okay? Yep.
171 now from the fairway bunker. The lip on the left-hand side is definitely in his visual. We may want to try to play a little bit right of that and hit the same shot that Rory did. Starting at the center of the green, maybe a little bit of a draw, but you have to cover a lot of land to get it to that back left portion.
Maybe kind of trapped 8-iron. And that came out hot. Be pitching back up the hill a little bit, so not as bad as it might first appear.
Another look at McIlroy's approach.
That was definitely way less than full. Just a tight little draw. Might have been a little 7-iron or something. It was definitely beautifully executed.
Okay, Mr. Texas Wind. What do you make of the controlled motion McIlroy has shown us in 2025? It's led to 3 victories, including the completion of the career Grand Slam at the Masters with shots like that.
But he grew up in Northern Ireland. I suspect he played in the wind a little bit as a kid. So I don't think it's... he knows how to adapt to it very quickly. Of course, he hits it miles in the air when he wants to now, but he can do pretty much anything he wants to do with a golf ball. I wouldn't take him on in a 9-window drill. The only one you'd have a chance in maybe is the low cut. That low left window.
Chris Kirk is in that bunker, that front bunker.
And he's got a tough shot coming up. He has to come up over a ridge, and once he gets over it, the entire green runs away from him.
Yes, over the ridge and still on the green would be the target. Flat back there and put the super snuff on it.
Yeah, he's far enough back, though. He's going to be able to make a very big swing, so should be able to produce enough spin as long as he catches it right. Has a good lie in the sand.
And it's moist. Gotta be able to spin it. Just a big hop. He had some check on it. That's to be expected there. If that didn't have any check on it, that was going to be 2-3 yards over the green.
Xander got fortunate here with this lie. Grass is sitting down and it's down grain with him, so he's going to be able to get a lot of club face on the back of this ball. He's going to need to throw it up in the air just a little bit. Once it lands, it's running away and to his right.
Get in. Shot, Xander.
Kirk and Schauffele will have to scramble for par. And Rory with the best shot in here so far today. Will be Kirk next, though. 40-year-old Georgia Bulldog. He's had a resurgent late 30s and now into his early 40s.
Easy now. Just turned 40. I'm saying that right.
I am.
He's barely 40.
I'm the one in my late 40s.
Like a week. He's not into his 40s.
The Century Tournament of Champions last year, he won. This guy has been a world-class player once again.
And as they say, he can roll his rock.
But the mistakes off the tee have cost him a stroke through 2 holes.
These winds picking up on this Saturday here at Quail Hollow Club are going to give players havoc, so a lot of extra pressure on the tee box with these balls that are in the air for a long time.
Yeah, good point, Dre. There's nobody that's gone super low yet. We have a few guys that are 2 under on their rounds. John Rahm is one of them. He's now 4 under and 3 shots back. Johnny Vegas just bogeyed the first.
It's a difficult hole here on the 11th. It would be stealing one from the field with this back left pin location. He's able to putt it aggressively uphill the entire way, but he's going to have to play it about a cup, maybe even a cup and a half outside that left edge. Wind gusting a little bit right now, just making him step off and regroup.
Bit disappointing when you have an opportunity like that.
Hold still, please. Hold still. Thank you.
This is going to be a day of patience whenever you get into a Saturday of a major. He knows how far back he is, but trying to force it conservatively. Well, you play in here a lot, Taylor. This is going to be a very quick putt. This is not going to be attacking the hole.
That's right, Dre. And as you said, from the other side it moves right, this moves left.
A lot. Little rainbow.
What a start for Schauffele. Been out of position on each of the first two holes, yet he's 1 under for his round and even for the championship.
That's what making a couple of 15-footers will do for you. Kind of helps you score.
Kirk drops one, goes back to 2 over. And now they come to one of the beautiful tree-lined par 4s in the game of golf, the 12th at Quail Hollow.
With the hole location back left, that's why we're a little longer than the scorecard yardage. 463 today. No tricks here. Get it in the short grass. Play a very precise iron shot. Be short iron, very short iron. They can even hit wedges in here if they drive it down there. You've got room, but not a ton to get it in the right spot on that back level. It's like a big, nice little tier up there.
Well, Mark, this is a welcome wind right now for these guys, straight down. And 2 large oak trees guarding both sides of this fairway. It just seems like a little chute.
We're left. We're left.
This is left and moving left.
So bad. Jesus.
It's a back left pin here at the 12th. You'd much rather be on the right side of the fairway than that left side where Xander just found himself.
Yeah, now you're working for 4. Working. It's asking for a hard left to right slider here.
Light the candle!
Or push straight.
That is smashed. Standing behind this tee is one of the best spots to watch the best in the world, as they have to be so precise with this tee shot. I don't know that there's anybody better than that last guy.
it's safe to say he's pretty comfortable with this new driver now.
Shot. Nice start, Chris.
Kirk able to straighten that driver out on the 12th.
That ball didn't curve much.
It's getting even more bunched at the top, and Xander Schauffele is 7 back.
Golf, it turns out, is really about math. You hear that, kids? Pay attention in class. Who knows if one day you'll need to know that it's 176 to the pin, but only 153 to the front, and 151 to a landing spot on the edge that will take enough off the shot for it to settle close enough for a makeable putt. It's a numbers game.
You have to be dialed in, right, Thompson, to win Mr. Wanamaker's Trophy. Rory McIlroy's dialed in with his driver today, 3 for 3, hitting fairways, just 113 yards to go. Xander Schauffele is way down there, but Dre will let us know what sort of tree trouble he has, and Chris Kirk also will have a short club in his hands.
Well, I got eyes on Xander Schauffele. It is a terrible lie. Big oak tree about 50 yards short of the green on the left-hand side. He may be able to get over it, but if he elects not to because of the lie, I think just anything that he can hit through the green on the right side to give him as much green to work with for his third would be his best option.
Turned into a beautiful Saturday afternoon in Charlotte, North Carolina. A bit on the humid and hot side, but the wind is offsetting a bit of that. We have a beautiful forecast tomorrow too. Maybe we'll get to see a little bit of fire in this golf course in the next 24 hours.
It's keeping the world number 1, 2, and 3 at bay. It's holding them at bay right now, so I'd say it's doing its job.
Kirk at 145 to this back left pin. It does play up a few yards. There's a little bit of mud on the right side of his ball. I'm not sure it's going to affect it, but wind out of the right. It did affect it. Immediately left. This may be left of the bunker.
It's a good break to catch the bunker there. Assuming that it went down to the bottom.
That was all mud there, Taylor. You don't see Chris Kirk miss a wedge shot by that much.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I got you.
Schauffele now has 124.97 to the front edge, and it is a nasty lie. This is going to have a lot of speed coming through to get up over this tree.
That's about as good as you can do, Mark. It'll run off into that collection area over on the right fringe.
Pretty darn good.
Look at this clean look for McIlroy. Look at all these people coming out to see Andres Gonzalez.
113 now for McIlroy. Mud also on the front left part of his ball. This looks good.
Pretty good bounce in these greens, Taylor. That all took a big hop.
Just about 6 inches past it.
Good 12-foot hop there.
PGA Junior League is bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you at PGAJuniorLeague.com. It's a wonderful initiative that the PGA of America has been behind for years, and it's growing and growing. And there are lots of PGA Junior Leaguers out around this golf course watching Rory McIlroy play the 12th. Kirk in that left bunker, Schauffele on the right fringe.
Well, Chris Kirk could not ask for a better lie right here. It's sitting on a little bit of a tee. Green sloping slightly away from him. He has about 25 feet or so that he can use, but it is sloping away and to the right. It should not be a problem, though, with the amount of spin he'll be able to put on it with this lie. Wind picking up a little bit at the moment, downwind for him.
That's terrific. Look at this.
This had the right sound. Hear the thump. Oh, he carried about a foot on the green. That was really.
It will be a tap in par for Chris, and he will stay 1 over on his round through the first 3. As Rory McIlroy's caddy Harry Diamond cleans his golf ball for him. He's a fun guy to be around, and he has shown so much courage. He's been open about his battle sobriety, and he's celebrated a number of years now of living a clean life, and he has had a huge impact on others with that. I bet he would like a peaceful hole coming up. He's had adversity on each of the first three. Now Schauffele will go down to the right fringe here.
Elected to take putter once again. A big ridge coming up. His eye line is probably only about 10 inches above the bottom of the flag stick.
I even have left with the wind and everything. I got going like here. Yeah, okay. You know what I'm saying? Yep.
A great relationship between Austin Kaiser and Xander Schauffele. Gives full trust in all of his reads and club selections.
This will be particularly slow. That is one steep hill right there. Should have reminded him.
He hasn't made a birdie yet, Dre, but he's getting closer and closer to the lead. Johnny Vegas bogeyed each of the first two holes, so the lead is 6 under now.
Not easy to sleep on a lead when you haven't been there in a major championship. And Taylor, this green is just diabolical. There's so many different undulations, slopes, and movements in it. And this is arguably the flattest part of the green, and it's still going to break about 1.5 cups to his left.
Maybe just a little more pace, that one might have had a chance. He's going to have to birdie a couple of holes that no one else is to make up ground. These last two have been good examples of that. 16, 17, 18 ahead.
Well, with a birdie putt from off the green at the 10th, a nice par save at the 11th from outside of 10 feet. If he can get this one to fall, I think we might want to look out for Xander Schauffele the rest of the day because he's feeling it with putter. Really starting to gust right now, though.
Yeah, we're not going to set any time par records today.
No, we're not. And
that's a fact.
Hold on to your hat.
Uphill, breaking slightly to his right.
And this is quite the performance on the greens in the first 3 holes. He's only 6 back.
He almost acted like he thought he was going to make that.
An off the green putt for birdie at the 10th. And par saves outside 10 feet at 11 and at 12. And they head to the par 3 13th.
Well, Andres thought this was a tough green we just walked off of. It's followed by this one. I don't know, it's got a big thumbprint taken out of it on the right side. Everything, if it doesn't get up on almost very near that flag hole location there for round 3, it will run 25, 30 yards down off the green. Must be left. Need to get it up to the hole. Little bit past and a little bit left of it is the prudent play today. There will not be a lot of 2s here. Never are. How about 0 for today? 27 shots at it. That's a tough 2.
Harris English and Maverick McNeely are both 3 under on their rounds early. They're 3 off the lead. But those are the only 2 that are 3 under on their rounds. Xander Schauffele 1 under on his round as he waits for this green to clear ahead. Bud Cauley, David Puig, and Michael Kim are up there on the green.
And the shot tracker chart where the balls end up here looks like a starburst. Because of this slope, ball just runs away. Got balls everywhere here. Left front bunkers catching a lot of action today.
You know, we saw when Rory McIlroy went over the bridge today to go to the first tee, the horn sounded and
he was thrilled.
He was so dejected because he thought he could get out there in the most calm conditions this morning and take advantage, and then these leaders would have to play in the wind in the afternoon. Instead, everyone gets the same conditions in this split tee start.
That's 20, so we want it, so we get 180 on that. It's at least 20. Right? Yeah. It's at least that. Yeah, I think it's more than 20. I agree. 70, yes. 70.
196 on the 13th hole. It does play up 6. Just at a 202 straight downwind. Anything 4 paces right of this hole, there is a slope, and about 6 paces short of it, there's another slope. Both feet off to the right and down to the front. Throwing this way up in the air.
Dre,
yeah, he probably liked it in the air.
Dre, when Brooksy and you played in this tournament, the tee was way over to the left, some 40 yards. Now there's a massive hospitality building there for the tournament. It is a cleaner look from where Rory is playing from. Do you think the hole is just as challenging as it was in that hospitality tent?
I think so, just because it's added length. Before you had to kind of hit over that front left bunker. It opens up the green a little bit more from this right side, but you're hitting in a long to mid iron. Also way up in the air, same line.
How about that bounce?
Taylor, this pin is just so hard to get it close to because you cannot mess around with that false front. You have to get it up there, but that first bounce by Rory was huge to the back portion of the green.
These are Max Homa's words, not mine. He said the first bounce, this last year, he said the first bounce on the green is as big as a Brian Harmon. That might have been as tall as Dre.
Well, no one solved the mystery yet, and they've had 30 shots at it. We've got 22 pars and 8 bogeys.
It's so tough right where they are to feel the wind. The tops of the trees is just blowing around.
Now, there's no crime in par being a good score on a hole. I will add that. You don't have to make birdie to prove your net worth.
It is a major championship after all.
You hit it past the hole, you'll be putting back down the hill, but into the wind. With a fortunate skirting up the front bunker. If you want to watch birdies, you need to move on up to 14. Vacate my seat there.
From the PGA of America Coaching Center, powered by T-Mobile, where we have a couple of PGA professionals, Natalie Sheehan and Joe Hallett, standing by.
We just watched 3 players hit 3 solid shots onto the second hardest hole of this championship. And we were just chatting, Joe, about whether players should tee it up on a par 3 or play it off of the ground. So tell us your thoughts on that.
You know, and it's a question as instructors we get a lot, and oddly, we get it from players of all levels. I've heard the argument anytime they let you touch the ball and set it exactly the way you want to, you should probably use a tee. I'm kind of a fan of when you get in those scoring irons, the wedges especially, maybe even the 9-iron, when you tee it up, you run the risk of hitting it a little high on the face. So I think the players in this championship, if they are able to use a wedge or a 9-iron, might take that off the ground. Otherwise, once you get to the 8-7 and the rest of the set, which is what we would be hitting from 196, I'm going to put that ball on the tee. What about you?
Yeah, absolutely. And this course is playing incredibly long this week, so these guys are not hitting a wedge, obviously, into the par 3s. They are going to be teeing it up on the tee box. But for those of you at home, I would personally recommend teeing it up pretty much everywhere unless you're hitting a 56-degree wedge or something like that into a par 3 for some reason.
So to tee or not to tee, that is the question, and you just heard the answer.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Natalie. Appreciate you both. Wyndham Clark doesn't use one. There are only a few guys, Brooksy, that won't put them on a tee.
I think it depends on what kind of grass is it? How's it mowed? What height is it mowed? It makes a huge difference. You're playing on perfect zoysia, you don't need a tee. Tee almost gets in the way. But a lot of turf, you want the tee. You know, you can go into how high do you tee it. That might be a better conversation.
Xander in this greenside bunker. And Rory McIlroy and Chris Kirk will have slippery putts.
Well, after Xander gets his up and down, that'll make him 70%. He'll be 7 for 10. You want any of that?
I do not.
No?
No, sir.
You're not taking the negative side of that one?
I'm on your side on that.
Xander was fortunate to get his ball to get back into the flat. If anything, just maybe a degree of upslope. Plenty of green to work with.
Do you want any of that one, Dre?
I'll take over on 70.
Don't. Oh. Wrong side of the hole. That's some high standards. He's not thrilled with it.
How about this action?
Splash. It's not really a blast. Really let the club do a lot of work there.
Well, Dre, it'd be hard for me to pick the fastest putt on the entire golf course. I mean, there's a couple different options, but this one's certain. These putts where these balls are in my head. However, they're into the wind. So how much does that negate how quick they are?
It's going to do a little bit, maybe a couple feet, but I agree with you. This is not a hole that you want to be above. It's so hard to be below it, though. A little bit of a double breaker here for Rory. It should move a little bit to the right at the beginning, and there's this very subtle ridge about halfway through the putt where it should start moving back to the left.
I think you run the risk of leaving this one too far short with this wind. It's all feel.
Here it comes.
Picked up nice.
I think he'd be pretty pleased with that.
Yes, 3's a good score here.
He's even on his round through the first 4 holes.
He's already had a couple pretty good looks at it. But he does need to step on the gas these next couple of holes. There's no question about that. And then birdie one of the hard ones.
Yeah, these guys are going to sleep well this evening. It is windy. There's a lot of extra thought going into their entire process. Slightly different angle here for Kirk. This is going to be fairly straight and maybe dying to the left as it loses speed, especially with this wind coming off of his right side.
That's the one I would have feared. Because you can have what he's got left. I'll leave that up to you. Just what you want. Oh. Dead crosswind. Four-foot, 7-inch putt.
I'll let Xander go ahead.
Right at 5 feet.
And this is an uncomfortable putt, straight downhill, and I think he's going to have to play it outside of the right edge.
Dre made a 20-footer for birdie on 10, a 10-footer for par on 11, and then made an 11-footer for par on 12.
It wasn't even a putt on the 10th hole. He was off the green.
So you're saying there's a chance?
He has not hit a green yet, and he's 1 under par.
So
0 for 4 greens hit.
He's a professional.
1 under par. Rory's hit 3 of 4 greens.
It's not a stat game.
That's the point. The point is there's more than one way to win this game.
Put the number on it. So this is what I was afraid of happening. Rory was a little more down the hill. I still like his chances.
Good save. Like him. And these three head to the 14th. Key moments that determine the winner of this PGA Championship are quite likely to happen here at the 14th. How do the players size up both the risk and the rewards of the age-old question, to go for it off the tee or to lay it up?
Feels like 14 through 18 is the best stretch on this golf course, so and it starts with a cool par 4.
If the wind's sort of pumping into left to right with that water over there on the left, it gets a little intimidating. I start with the pin position, and then I kind of base my strategy off that. It really is just position and getting it in the right spot. The analytics would say that you would go for the green on 14 pretty much every time. I still think it's the right play, and I feel like I've played the 14th hole pretty well over the course of my career here.
Oh yeah, keep going.
Nowadays, we get so much help from stats guys, and the play is to bang it up there. It's a good golf hole, and if you want to win this tournament, you better pull up and hit some golf shots.
You love it. You love the strategy that's included this late in the game on a course like this in a major championship.
There's a caveat. Those guys that are talking about banging it up there, well, they can bang it up there. They can reach comfortably. They're in 3 woods a lot of times. For the mere mortals, it's a bit of a stretch when you're on that back tee box. They've moved the box around too. We're back 4 today. We're only 304 yards to the hole.
They have a different tee for the mere mortals.
Well, we weren't discussing where a bunch of different tees, but it's up. I'll give you the number here.
I think if we have anything, it's help. But
Okay.
I mean, like I said, yesterday was more help, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
296 front, downhill. You can hear Austin and Xander's down breeze, and he's not a driver.
This is an awkward little wind right now, down off of the left.
If we had wind,
I don't
we had the wind like yesterday.
yeah.
This is not a seaside course, Dre, but it's sort of starting to sound like one.
That's what I'm trying to decide right now. Yeah.
The tide is up in the lake.
Aim at it and draw it. Yeah. Because if you're fighting that wind, then it's that one. I mean, obviously, we'll see what happens when you're hitting for it. Yeah.
All right, at 304, it does play down 4 yards from this elevated tee and adjusted 292 to the front edge.
Bud Cauley, Michael Kim, and David Puig are all on the green right now.
Looking to turn this over to fight into that wind to straighten up this golf ball. This is leaking out towards the right.
All right. Bunker?
Yeah.
In theory, Mark, this should suit his shot shape perfectly.
It should. You almost feel like you're going to hit it late to hit it close here today. This ball's staying near a long time. He held that one over there. It appears close. Just off the right edge.
Extremely unique to keep it right there and for it not to come back to that drain. but it'll be an eagle putt off of the fringe.
Just a nice, comfortable driver.
I don't think Chris Kirk has hit a cut since college.
Oh, yeah, that looks good.
Needs a left kick.
He got a left shoe. A little bit off one of those shoes there. It was not kicked.
Our group plays the par 4 14th.
McIlroy works his way back. He's got 36 holes to do something about it. This is big. Chris Kirk, he's now inside the cut line to come hang out with us this weekend.
Xander Schauffele, it's been a 2-day grind for the reigning champ, but he's given himself the opportunity to keep on grinding.
Hit the green at the PGA Championship with ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Start off the tournament with $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code Birdie to get started today. Amount of options you have out here at Quail Hollow to watch the PGA Championship. It's extraordinary, all of these different pavilions. Siwoo Kim made the longest recorded hole-in-one in major championship history yesterday. 252-yard par 3 6th, and now he leads the PGA Championship. This guy has been watching for 3 days now. Rory McIlroy just 27 feet away for eagle. Chris Kirk will have to show off all of his skills up there near the 15th tee, and Xander Schauffele has a lot of real estate to work with from a long bunker play. Typically, Mark, that bunker is not where you want to be off the tee, but when the hole is right there and you have all of that terrain running towards the hole, maybe not so bad.
No, 46 yards wouldn't be the preferred length, but it's doable. Are those soft shell pig-nosed turtles?
They are everywhere in this lake, and they don't usually spend much time out of it, but this week it's the PGA Championship, so They wanted to get a good view too.
So they're native. Interesting.
Left, right, pretty much a quarter on your ankle.
The lie looks good.
The lie is perfect.
These Tahoma approaches and collars are so good. They're actually overseeded with the same overseed as that they have on the greens. Poa Trivialis. Lightly dusted.
He has 2 clubs in his hands, Mark. Deciding between these most lofted wedges.
I'm sure. I don't think he's going to go for any kind of chunk and run. You said it, he's got options here.
I think he's going to try to land this maybe a yard short of the green.
It's great camera work there. Anything right of the flag goes down into that collection area.
Yeah, look, you can see it's not a funnel, that's for sure. Probably a little left of the hole would be the prudent play.
The wind is in and from the left.
I would never guess that.
Careful over there.
He went ball first.
Uh-oh.
It's got plenty of grass to catch it. That was surprising. On a hole that's the birdies and eagles are outnumbering the pars today. Almost like the lie was so good it tempted him to go for it.
Oh, and he's got a friend now. We're watching Chris Kirk up near the 15th tee.
I think those guys are related.
Well, this shot has a high level of difficulty, but it is doable. The wind is back into him. His ball is sitting with the grain, running towards the pin, which is going to be quite helpful. And there's a bit of an upslope between him and the pin. I would not look to see this ball be right of the pin though.
Get up. Go, go.
If it carries the bunker by a foot, great. If it doesn't, well, you still have put yourself in the best position. Try to still make a four. Long wait for McIlroy continues as Schauffele and Kirk will play their thirds before Rory plays his second.
I mean, you don't want to mess around and make a five here. So probably get into grind mode here.
This is interesting. If it gets a couple paces past the hole, it gets down into that collection area. It's blowing about 25 or 30 right now.
All right, I'll officially give you all the wind now.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Mark, I feel like I would have been in a little more of a hurry to mark that ball.
I was thinking the same thing.
He's actually very fortunate that ball didn't come back to his feet. This is his third visit to the sand today. There you go. 2 for 3.
And to his credit, when he was out of position off the tee, he's thinking, how can I make a 4? And putting in that bunker wasn't a bad play.
This isn't a look you see every day. These sprinkler heads are directly between his ball and the pin, and he's going to have to play outside of it. This ball is going to swing about 5 or 6 feet to the left around this little thumbprint just behind him.
An opportunity to make some noise around Quail Hollow. Great effort, Trey. You knew what he was thinking.
That had his attention for a long time, as well as everybody else here.
Well, that ball snapped about halfway there. Snapped left. So are these snapping turtles? Yes. So they're not pets.
Well, that's why they live on Quail Hollow. They're going to wave the group up to the green here. And just a reminder, you can follow 2 different feature groups and feature holes live on ESPN Plus. Scotty Scheffler is 1 back.
No. Really?
He's 1 under through his first 5 holes. He's 1 behind Siwoo Kim, who he's playing with.
Don't look now.
Bryson DeChambeau also 1 back. And those feature holes 14, 15, and 16. So not only can you watch Kirk, McIlroy, and Schauffele play these next 3, you can watch Sam Burns back on the tee.
Siwoo Kim is leading the championship.
You have your eyes trained on those next 2 names.
Well, I see John Rahm and Tony Finau, who's arguably deserving of major championship status. Great career. He is building. I think this wind is doing its thing.
Rory McIlroy and Xander Schauffele are going to look to see if Sam Burns' ball landed over there before it went into the water. This is what you were talking about. Look at these heavyweights on the front page of the leaderboard with Kim in front, Scheffler and DeChambeau right there. Rahm, Matt Fitzpatrick is 1 over through 4, but still very much in the hunt.
Yeah, U.S. Open champion
3 years ago, but hasn't been a factor in a major since.
Still
been working on a new golf swing, and he's evidently found it. Max Homa, also part of that group here on ESPN Plus, currently 3 behind. Lucas Glover having a good day today. 1 under through 11. He bogeyed his first 2 holes.
I still like getting to at least 5 under going into tomorrow. And lest we forget, the last 3 holes are not going to be easy today. Never are. Today will be no exception. Just outside 25 feet.
A little longer attempt than his prior par attempts. Moving just a touch right.
Yeah, this would classify as in the miracle category. Not only disappointing, but a very awkward looking bogey there. Everything about that was uncharacteristic for Xander. Almost like making a double.
And now for McIlroy's first birdie.
This could get him jump started with a par 5 coming up.
Kirk with an up and down. And they will walk up to the par 5 15th tee.
.569 today. They can pound it around this corner. They could hit irons into this green, mid irons actually. Today's hole location is front left. Pretty tight little spot over there, actually. Again, front bunkers is fine. That would be probably the preferred miss, or deep. It'll run away down that left side if you're short and left. They're not having a lot of trouble with this hole today.
We threw some golf balls down there for you the other day, Brooksy, just off the green.
You
to
did.
The left of that whole location.
We've already got 11 birdies.
Wind off their left and just a touch of help.
It's almost a 3-wood for him here.
Nobody wants to watch him hit 3-wood. This is a big fade out towards the right bunkers.
All right.
Right of those bunkers, Dre, or in them?
I mean, it was kind of right over him. It looked like it covered everything.
Oh, I think. No, that looks like a leaf. Oh, they're saying it could be out of bounds.
I think it covered the entire crowd. Everybody's running to the right. There is a boundary fence over there. It's miles to get to that location.
Well, if it hits the cart path over there, then it certainly comes into play.
When I didn't see the crowd scatter, I assumed it was in bunkers, but then I saw people starting to run backwards. Never a good sign. This is also a big fade. This is right of the bunkers. Well, Chris Kirk found the right rough. We have yet to locate Rory McIlroy's ball, and let's see if Xander can find the short grass.
Only the third player to bogey the 14th today.
Xander out! Just gonna head a provisional, guys.
Starting it over the lake and riding the wind.
What trees?
So here's the provisional for McIlroy.
Aimed well left of where he was in his first ball. This is pipe.
That caught fairway.
Let's see if his first ball is in play or not, or if that will be his fourth shot coming up here at the par 5. All of the creatures, ooh, even that one are out on a Saturday. It's moving day at the PGA.
Quail Hollow, I think the memories I have from there and just the overall vibes that I get from the place, I just love it. The design of the golf course too, the par 5s for me are reachable. People talk about Augusta being, tailor-made for my game, and in some ways I can see that, but I don't think there's a golf course in the world that sets up quite as well for me as Quail Hollow if I'm driving the ball well. If I'm driving the ball well at Quail Hollow, I feel like I've got quite an advantage over the rest of the field. If you go back to courses that you've been to over and over again, it's like, okay, well, I know what to do here. I've done this before, and I think that experience on a golf course is a big deal as well.
That last shot was of his first win 15 years ago. It's not just the success on the course and how comfortable he feels, it's the community. He's really become one of us. He's celebrated most of his birthdays here in the last 15 years. Schauffele's in the fairway, Kirk ball in the rough, and if his ball is on the left side of the path, that's in play. But if it's to the right of the path, it's gone. And I think that it's gone, Dre, because Rory's over in the fairway. It is provisional.
Yeah, all fans said that it hit the cart path and bounced hard over that boundary fence right of the path. And he didn't even go over and check it out. He just trusted everybody and went straight to his provisional.
He said it, Mark, in the piece we just listened to. If he's driving it well, he feels like he's the guy to beat. But he has been fighting this new driver a bit this week. He was hitting it exceptionally well the first 4 times he used it today, but that wind was a bit of a factor here at 15.
I guess they're confirming. Oh, he's waiting on Chris Kirk. Sorry. Chris should be probably laying up here.
I don't think he can get there even with a 3-wood, and he can get whatever club he wants to hit on this ball. It's a very good lie in his right rough, just short of the first bunker.
And with a new driver, it took him a few days to get comfortable with it. The PGA of America actually released a statement earlier today saying that we can confirm that the USGA was invited to do club testing at the PGA Championship at the PGA of America's request, and that testing program is consistent with the same level of support that the USGA provides to the PGA Tour and other championships. And they made an important distinction in their statement. They said finding driver heads that have crept over the line of conformance is not an unusual occurrence, especially for clubs that are hit thousands of times over a long period of time. Meaning there's nothing Rory did wrong, Dre, and you were talking about that with us earlier today during the weather delay.
Players typically play their drivers for right around a year, I would say. And for somebody with the club head speed that Rory McIlroy, Xander Schauffele, and players like them, that club face is probably going to thin out a little bit faster.
Yeah, it basically becomes, lack of a better word, in layman's terms, it becomes more flexible.
32 under your left.
And it's more around the perimeter.
No, well, it's just more like, as long as there's end, I don't mind hitting it, but. Up and up past the tee, so 5 or 10 yards. Okay. So
237 up the hill.
This on a little bit of a downslope, which will de-lock this club a little bit when down off of the left. Throwing this way up in the air, this just left of the pin.
Came up quite a bit short there. Caught that a little high in the face, or miscalculation of wind. It's an up and down for to drop one.
A 5-iron in hand for Xander right now. This is just a monster drive, playing more directly downwind.
A 6-iron here yesterday, right in the middle of the green.
Just left.
That got there.
And that will be an eagle putt. While all that was going on, Chris Kirk did play a second shot from the right rough. And Kirk advanced it all the way up into the left rough, and he has 77 yards left.
It's a good angle to come in if he catches a decent lie. But back to the COR, the core coefficient of restitution testing. Evidently, they do about 30 drivers. It's randomly selected. They're randomly selected, and I mean, I played a long time. You end up having your favorite driver. Everybody would think you could have a duplicate, and they all travel with backups now, but they're never as comfortable with a backup as they are with one they've been using for a while. That's for sure.
I think 803 events would classify a long time there, Mark.
Thank you.
Yes, and it's part of the game. Xander Schauffele went through this a few years ago at the Open Championship too.
Well, in my day, we flew on not private. So it wasn't that uncommon to have a driver snapped, because we didn't have, whatever you want to call it, non-fixed heads. We had, we didn't have a screw-in head. So if your driver broke, you had to change the shaft, or usually it was the shaft. And there were many times it never felt the same. So
even though they told you it was exactly the same, you have to get used to it. It takes time.
And it can be sound. There's slight differences in the shaft.
You've got 10 past it where it's like pitched back at us pretty good.
I think that should be my goal.
Yeah.
He looks like he's in a bunker to me.
It's about 80.
Yep.
Playing longer than that.
Correct.
Anything long of this hole should be able to get a little bit of spin if he's coming out of this bunker.
Well, you can have this yardage. Ugh. 77 yards uphill into the breeze.
Yeah, wedges are typically a little bit more difficult to get a clean strike on it too, with that blade coming down.
Yeah, that rounded leading edge makes it a little less comfortable to catch it clean.
I'm driving this in low. This looks good.
Unless you're a professional. And he is a professional. That was awesome. I mean, that is absolutely gorgeous. Little turn down trap draw.
Scrambling man. It's Chris Kirk.
It ain't how.
It's should get him back to even par for his round and 1 over in total.
Although over the long haul, the how does matter.
Oh, so now you're going to admit it.
Yeah. Let's just say it's a stress factor.
I knew you'd come around. You always do.
If you could drive at 350 down the fairway, long isn't always an advantage if you're extremely long. I'll say that.
So Taylor, this is a shot right here that can get the average golfer real excited. Real tight lie here. This should have a lot of spin on it.
From the immaculately groomed Tahoma. Nice save.
Almost a par. Instead, it's a bogey.
I didn't like driver off the tee. I said it. Like slinging a 3-wood around there and a 6-iron on the green.
A mulligan birdie, but the first one went out of bounds, so that is a drop shot for Rory here at the 15th.
That was nipped beautifully. But that's a two shot swing. He just lost 2 shots.
Maybe 3 if Xander can get this to fall. Taking a long look at this. This is going to be a big swinger from left to right and very quick as it does turn right.
Our green beating assist had almost 3 feet of break.
Very easy to even try to get it a little more outside of 3 feet. If that thing gets low, it's going to start really picking up pace.
It's a easy 2-putt birdie.
He's hitting his lines. The 2 putts that he's missed have been right in the heart.
Loves putting at Augusta National and Quail Hollow. I mean, each of the last 3 years, he's just been phenomenal on these 2 courses.
You gonna give him this?
I would, yes.
All right.
On Monday, I would.
Or Saturday or Friday. I wouldn't even make him sweat. 2 feet 7 inches, 2 feet 10 inches. That's a 99%er for Mr. Kirk.
Hit the same shot as McIlroy off the tee, but his didn't go as far. And instead of bogey and going out of bounds, he makes birdie. They go to the 16th. After serving 4 years in the United States Army, Colton Hensley suffered profound hardships. But thanks to PGA Hope, which stands for Helping Out Patriots Everywhere, a new chapter in Colton's life is just beginning.
The simple answer is PGA Hope is life-saving for me. Not just the program itself, but what the program does.
I met Colton 2018. He came to our Hope program. You know, he was probably not in a good spot that day that we were there. There was darkness in his eyes, and I knew there was probably some hurt and some pain going on. But the one thing that changed him, that gave him hope, was the golf ball.
Love you, pal.
Love you too, man.
Oh, have fun up there. Brian didn't care about my background. He didn't care what crimes I committed. He only knew that I wanted to hit that ball. You know what I mean? I wanted more of it. I think that was what I was really craving the whole time.
To have Colton really showcase his club and showcase where he's come from. He's worked really hard to get where he's at, and no one gave it to him. He had to earn it and work for it.
I've got a wonderful job that I've worked really hard for, and that I feel like I really belong there. It's cliche, but this game has truly saved my life.
Colton is now a PGA associate and assistant golf professional at the Country Club of Asheville. His story is testament to the life-saving and rehabilitative program to help serve those who served. And learn more about PGA Hope, visit pgareach.org. It's an honor to have Colton carry that standard bearer and be out here today with us at the PGA Championship.
Yeah, you went to the store to get that too. I have. Oh, you have them at the house.
This is the northernmost point of the course, back on the 16th tee, 529-yard par 4.
Yes.
wind directly off the right now, and these players are going to want to challenge that bunker on the right-hand side as much as possible to shorten up this hole.
It's about 310 to it.
Starting at it and drawing just left of it.
That got out there. It might actually be a little closer to 300 yards to that bunker today.
I have a fun story for you, Dre. Coming up here, there are magnolia trees all around this tee. There's a couple of them right behind Xander Schauffele. They've been planted in recent years. Xander's got a ton of power here.
Starting at the bunker, also drawing just left of it.
Perfect.
That bunker's not in play today for these guys.
2 years ago, the tee box in front of this one was in use, and Rory McIlroy told me in a practice round, he said, Taylor, they're going to chop down this magnolia tree and move this tee back. And I said, no way. That tee box right in front of Rory is where they used to play from. 6 months later, they chopped the magnolia tree down. And he said, I told you. And I never thought last year, Dre, that he would take this bunker on right here that he's taking on right now. He flew it all 4 days last year, and he's flown it again there. My goodness. He looked at the camera last year when he won on the PGA Tour here, and he said, hi, Mr. Harris. Of course, referring to President Johnny Harris here. They put that tee in for Rory, and he still flies that bunker. It's a beautiful day as they play the Green Mile. Next May, the PGA Championship returns to Wanamaker Golf Club in Newtown Square, Pennsylvania, outside of Philadelphia. To register for tickets, visit pgachampionship.com/register. Registration closes soon. Second time ever going to Wanamaker for the PGA Championship. They're on the Green Mile, Brooksy. It's tough.
It's not a whole lot longer. What's that, 19 yards? No, I can't even do the math. Help me. 27, 37, 16. It's only 16 yards longer. Total.
That is a look around the lake. That's the 17th green off in the distance.
What's the name of that lake?
I think we have to figure it out. It never has had a name. There are names for all sorts of other things here at Quail Hollow. most of which can be repeated. But Mr. Harris's nickname is Big Patna. I think it should be Big Patna Lake.
Well, Big Patna, I had a thought. The reason I didn't tell you how long this hole was, I ignored it. It's 535. It's irrelevant. You can see what Rory has left. 156 yards to the hole. It's going to be a wedge. So if I'd have said 535, you thought, man, that's a beast of a par 4. Well, some days it is, and some days it isn't. I think we do get a little overly obsessed with how long a golf course is sometimes by the card. It's how it plays that is really of the factor.
And I'd be willing to say it's not some days it is, some days it isn't. It's some players it is, some players it isn't. And Rory, it is not.
But you see this graphic on the screen that Mitch Hummer has put on the screen for us. Xander Schauffele double bogeyed this hole on Thursday. He's played the other 5 holes combined and even. Rory McIlroy doubled it on Thursday, but then he bogeyed 17 and 18 yesterday.
That's a win now. Across Quail Lake.
No, it should be straight across.
6 is good.
Yes. Yes.
This whole location is in the extreme back right corner of the screen, which is not really friendly.
Perfect.
Especially with the wind off the right. Tough to get this anywhere near it unless you're really challenging the bunker right of the green.
Well, they've managed to squeeze one birdie out of it so far today. Just one.
208 yards playing down 6. Only 52 yards behind Rory McIlroy.
It's not bad.
He is challenging the bunker. Gosh, that got pushed a lot by the wind there.
Sure did. About 60 feet short. Not a bad spot. 4 is a good score here. It's proven by the numbers.
I mean, it is mostly cross. These are the only ones that are kind of showing a little bit of help right now. Bring your compass out, Mr. Angle. Yeah, west-southwest would be there.
Okay.
And that even played a little more like that. You know, so I'm like 65. 65
right. I like trying to hit one low and just try and take the spin off of it.
Correct.
Kind of have some of that up on it, you know what I'm talking about?
Because if you're cutting it against that, you're not, even if it is slight help, you're not going to get it.
Okay.
I would go 65 at most, to be honest, because you can put up to that all day. All right. And you can go more at it, too.
Okay. You're on a hole, too, right? Or
what's that?
Are you on 65 with it?
No, I'm with 65 cut. I think if anything, it's there, and we want it to pitch at 65.
I gotcha.
So that cuts, you know what I'm saying?
I gotcha.
And Schauffele has 178 playing down 6 paces, 172. I like the sounds of that, trying to pitch it at 165. Gonna have to drive this in low.
Go. Go. Go.
Was confounded there.
Just not what he was trying to do at all. Trying to drive that in low, kind of coming with an open face.
Almost a 380-yard drive here. And he has 156 yards left. I would imagine he's not playing it to be that long, Dre.
Not at all, and he's aimed right at the hole. And this is out to the right also.
Stunning from Schauffele and McIlroy, both in the middle of the fairway with scoring clubs in their hands. On Thursday, Rory McIlroy hit it in the left rough, slipped trying to hit that second shot, didn't get it back to the fairway. And then with his third, this ends up right of that bunker his ball just went into today. Unable to get up and down, made double bogey. Xander Schauffele from the middle of the fairway had a mud issue and found the water. That also led to a double bogey.
Scottie Scheffler also suffered the same fate there.
Yet he's overcome it. He's 6 under for the PGA Championship and just 1 shot off the lead. It really is remarkable, Mark, that every other golfer in the current game requires some experience on almost all of these courses. Scottie Scheffler's never played in a stroke play tournament here before. Played in the President's Cup here and didn't play that well, actually, 3 years ago. But comes here playing in a stroke play tournament, and except for the mud ball problem here, hits the proper shot every time.
Well, it helps when you can execute what you plan. He's pretty darn good at that. And then he really is good at getting out of nasty spots around the greens, handling adversity. He's got room to do this. I assume this ball didn't plug.
It did not. He's got a nice lie in the flat.
Ball's going to kick hard to the left when it lands on the surface.
Sure that he's going to be trying to have this thing bounce too far forward. Just one hop and stop here.
Carried it a little deep.
Rory's really in a nice spot. Also down on the flat ones. Kind of open from the right. But plenty of green.
He'll remain even par through his first 7 holes.
Sure made that look easy.
Beautiful. 1 over in total. A couple groups ahead of McIlroy. Maverick McNeely just shot 32 on this backside his first 9 holes. Started it even. Now he's 4 under. 3 shots back. That's the best round of anyone on the course. Now Chris Kirk.
Yeah, long ways back uphill the entire way, just outside of 60 feet. Will be moving to his right the entire way.
Perfect pace. Almost perfect pace. I mean, Roy's taste buds ought to be tasting dirt right now. He ought to be not happy. knows there's opportunities out here. He just made 6 on a beyond reachable par 5 and fanned a wedge from 155 yards. Nice save, but it's not not an opportunity. No opportunity. That's what you're looking for. As many opportunities as you can get for birdies. And that's one of the interesting things about the chasers versus the guys that are at the top. If that shot didn't fit, they don't think twice about letting it be 20, 30 feet left of the hole from the fairway. But these guys are trying to figure out how to squeeze it in there close. So it's not about playing fancy golf. They're trying everything they can to chase.
Fairly straight putt here for Xander.
Kind of a nasty unforced error there.
Yeah,
but he was trying. You get my point, I think. You know, he's chasing. He's trying to figure out how to make a hit in there inside 10 feet.
Had such a fantastic year last year, winning 2 major championships, including this one. And then that unfortunate rib injury at the beginning of the year has just stunted this start to the year, and he has talked openly just about how he's searching for his golf swing again. When one thing is off in the body, it's almost like you have to start over sometimes. They go to the par 3 17th, an up tee today, Brooksy, and the hole location is in the front of the green.
Well, I spent half my career looking for a new swing every day without injury. 187. Yesterday it was front left. Today it's front right. The wind is not really advantageous since it's on the right and the wind's coming from the right. Just do all your math, pick the right club, judge the wind. If you do that, you got a chance. They're killing this one too. We've had 1 birdie today. Literally. And 187, that, in the old days, that was a pretty long par 3 or medium length, medium to long. This is a 7 or 8 iron shot for these guys.
It said it was like 50% chance, 3 to 4. Figured if I keep it on, it'll stay away. After last week, my predictions, last week the predictions were good, so.
I mean, I'd almost dare say they made more birdies to the back hole location, Taylor.
While we wait on the green to clear from the PGA of America Coaching Center, powered by T-Mobile, where PGA professional Joe Hallett is. Joe, take it away.
I give up.
Taylor, Mark, I'll tell you what, we're watching Xander, and there's so much in his golf swing that everyone should copy, but I've noticed him doing something very interesting kind of before he gets into his pre-shot routine. I had one of my mentors in the PGA, Joe Lopez Jr., said, son, the club goes back and it goes up. It's got to come down before it goes forward. And if you watch what Xander's doing, he's kind of making this move a lot, trying to get his arms underneath him. Why is that important? Because at that level, a really skilled player is worried about jumping out in front of the ball and getting the club caught behind. For all of our golfers that we spend so much time with, and especially the ones that want to hit the ball a little bit further, try making that move that Xander's making. Try to get your arms moving, and when he really hits one good, you totally see that the body and the club line up at impact. What goes up has got to come down, guys.
Oh, that was awesome, Joe. Thank you. Yeah, I even try to get them to get their arms to go down while they're still turned away a little bit, which is still in front of you. Can you believe there's only one birdie here today?
The entire back nine, really. It's more exposed than the front nine is, Mark, because of that lake.
Now, I'm gonna give you a gambler's tip here. The other half of the field will make more birdies on these holes than this half. They're playing better than they.
Yeah, they just have more momentum and field.
They're playing better.
Yeah.
So it's always funny how a hole's not been birdied at all. Then the last few groups, all of a sudden, they start making some birdies. On the hard holes, it's because they're playing better.
The birdies are coming at 10, 14, and 15. They are not coming on any of the other six, really, with rarity coming on the other 6 holes.
No.
Here on this side.
So you don't say. So Quail Hollow has a nice resistance to scoring quality to it, which is what we all thought going into this week. If it hadn't softened up, I think the leading score would be similar, but there'd be more spread.
A lot of wind to deal with right now on the 17th hole.
And then I start asking, are the skyboxes blocking the wind, changing it?
Should shoot 87, put a 72 and 82.
Those are some big double-decker skyboxes, by the way.
They are, but that'd be a pretty darn low 7-iron to keep it under the wind.
Meanwhile, Scotty Scheffler birdies the 7th and is tied for the lead in the PGA Championship.
Shocker.
Bryson's just one back. 18 and 36 hole leader Jonathan Vegas is 2 over through his first 6 holes.
You know, some of those guys that Bryson plays with, they're not playing as much tournament golf, but boy, it seems like the extracurricular YouTube things. I mean, he's keeping his adrenaline up, and he's playing a lot of golf. I know some of it's just fun golf, but his enthusiasm level seems higher than some of these other guys that we've been watching. I'll say that.
Yeah, I'm not trying to hit like it. Yep.
The hole-in-one contest over his house was really fun around the holidays.
Mm-hmm.
187 from this elevated tee box, adjusted down to 182. 172 covers that front edge, and the wind is out of the right.
Good ball. Go.
At the right edge of the green.
Deep.
Tough bounce, but good shot.
Yeah, well, I think it's like I think it's similar to the shot I played on. Go, Rory! Yeah. Yep. Like that. Yeah? Yep. Try to that.
Oh, come on.
Just feels like the wind is laying down a little bit right now. .182. Just at the center of the green and drawing a little bit.
Very fun.
It's just kind of been the story of McIlroy's week. Hasn't been able to keep anything going.
These two, McIlroy and Schauffele especially, know this golf course better than anyone. Anyone on this broadcast included.
Yeah, even right on pin, I don't mind that. I like that.
Schauffele finished second in the PGA Tours event here the last 2 years. Rory's won the tournament 4 times. In my experience, though, Dre, this hole always plays significantly shorter than you think.
In my experience, I don't want to flirt with that water at all. It's just left of it.
They're playing the par 3 17th at Quail Hollow.
Well, we're back on a windy Saturday here at Quail Hollow in the 107th PGA Championship. We're following Mr. McIlroy, Schauffele, and Kirk around this back nine. They're trying to figure out how to put the ball in the hole here at number 17. And 3 strokes. They've all played once. No one's wet. You can see they've got it surrounded, albeit a long way away.
Sure looks beautiful at Quail Hollow Club on this Saturday afternoon.
And that's not a drone.
I believe that's our director, Chris Ohlmeyer, walking on the water.
Love it.
That is.
That is gorgeous.
Look at all the people that are out here today for the 3rd round of the PGA Championship. Originally scheduled to start at 8:15 this morning, but due to a morning storm that lasted a couple of hours, tee times were moved back, and they were moved into groups of 3 off of the 1st and the 10th tee. This group was originally supposed to tee off at 8:25. Instead, they teed off today at 1:38, and it's going to be close to a 6-hour round today because of these high winds, Dre.
It's taken these guys a long time to figure things out. Long chip here by Rory McIlroy, and it runs away quickly past the hole.
might be discussing the club selection from the tee.
This is a real delicate little chip here for Chris Kirk. He's going to have to bump it into the fringe. Pick a point where he wants to land this, have it check up, and then get onto the green. It will break left once it gets there.
It did check. Was that draining his way for? Could he not have rolled it all the way? Maybe it wasn't his way. I couldn't tell.
He might have been able to roll it to the right of it, but there's a lot of fringe and a lot of uphill that he'd have to do.
Yeah, but at least you'd have you'd know what is, you're not having to guess a bounce. See if Xander can get the second birdie of the day. 33 feet.
Great distance control here to get it to exactly pin high. Still another tricky putt where 80% of it is uphill, and then the grain changes. It starts running away from you, and once it hits that grain, it should move a little bit to the right. Just love his setup. Forearm matching his shaft angle perfectly.
Pretty textbook. Boy, that ball checked up quickly.
One more look.
I know how you feel. Shook my head a lot.
This is such a tough putt to get the speed right. He's working uphill into the grain, and he's also working down, and he's at a little tougher angle. Wouldn't anticipate this getting the hole with a lot of speed. Well, what do I know?
Since the 15th tee, just all of a sudden, this round is getting away from Rory, and that will be for bogey.
Yeah, that's not dead yet. Right to left putt the entire way here for Kirk, picking up speed as it starts to move left.
That looked gone early. Chin scratcher.
Fairly straight, maybe a left center putt if any, but back uphill. Last thing he needs to do though is drop 2 here at 17, and this is just outside of 5 feet, so he needs to pay attention.
Good read there.
Now 1 over on his round. 5 over on the green mile so far this week.
Still the Masters champion.
Can't ever take that away from him. And I love what he said earlier this week about how he can't imagine anything ever topping that.
It's just that when you see his good, you want to see more, his best.
And so does he. We did an
yes,
interview.
no doubt.
We did an interview for radio earlier this week, and he said as much.
4 feet, 1 inch.
It's putting beautifully.
I'm sure time management and organization's really difficult for Rory. Might go out on a limb and say more so than even Scotty at times. A little different age group, and Rory seems to be very involved in a lot of different things off the course.
Bogies for Kirk and McIlroy at 17. Schauffele makes par, and they will walk up top to the 18th tee here at Quail Hollow. There is a creek that runs all the way down this 18th hole, and our man Ken Brown went down to visit it.
Well, this stream runs all the way down the left-hand side of the 18th, virtually from the tee, certainly from driving distance, right up to the green. And it's right in your eye. It's such a demanding tee shot. You can see, here's the post that marks the stream. It's 1 yard off the fairway. It really is a tiger. So sometimes you can slip one down this right-hand side, and it does kick into the water. On the left, this year I think the grass is so long, it's not going to ping in here, but it leaves you such an awkward little shot. Ball will blow your feet. The ball's settled right down. What a drive this is. And this hazard down this left side is absolutely perfectly placed, and it's right in your eye line. You think about it, this is a tough drive. You can miss right, you can miss left, but where you don't want to miss is dead center. Otherwise you join the duck. Don't want to do that.
He's the best. And he is absolutely right, Brooksy. It is in your eye line throughout the entirety of the hole, but especially as you're playing this shot.
And especially with that wind pushing off the left as it is right now, you kind of have to throw it out over and just trust that it'll bring it back. Or else play a draw up into it. Just straighten it up and hold it up.
This is most right-handers' least favorite wind direction.
We're left.
This is
lucky.
Left of the creek.
You're lucky.
Ooh, sitting up.
You see it, guys?
Gotta lie. It's 25 yards left of the.
Oh man,
the creek. Did it hit her? Oh.
Ken made a great point about how long that rough is. Usually when all those buildings aren't over there, that's actually a fun place to play from with a front right hole location, but we'll see.
Hopefully her leg's fine, if it did clip her.
This is at the creek, needs to get right.
Hit a rock. Oh, it's even better. First cut.
Now it's fantastic.
Yeah, it's perfect. Water's running today.
It's a beautiful little stream. It reminds you of what you might see in western North Carolina. It just doesn't have any of those rainbow or brown trout in it.
That could be arranged.
not draw this up any better.
That makes golf easier.
I don't know that we've ever seen anybody any better when he does that. Scotty Scheffler leads at 7 under. This is our feature group on ESPN+. The #1 player in the game has reached the top of the board, tied with Siwoo Kim and 18 and 36 hole leader Jonathan Vegas, and Bryson DeChambeau's 1 back, John Rahm, Max Homa, Matt Fitzpatrick, part of the pack that's 2 back. What a leaderboard we have here in the 3rd round of the PGA Championship. Lucas Glover is having an excellent round today, tied for 13th. The #2 and #3 ranked players in the world, Rory McIlroy and Xander Schauffele, need to get it going. Schauffele left of the creek. Unfortunate that it hit a spectator, but he's sitting up for Schauffele over there. McIlroy and Kirk are in good position on the right side of the creek.
Not getting an advantage for this.
It's packed around here, and
That's 5.
Xander is truly one of the kindest people in the game. He is always smiling, always so generous. Easy to be around, and thoughtful too. I know she'll appreciate that. That's great.
Yeah, she gets a glove to go with that bump on the leg.
I think he made a comment about the good lie that she gave him.
It's kind of an awkward lie to hit like a hard 7-iron. Yes. I'm just a touch north of honestly, a 7-iron number. Yep.
Well, Kirk will be first to play. Ball's a little bit above his feet in the first cut of rough. 174. playing back uphill. Wind is out of his left.
This hole's cut only about 5 steps over a runoff here, just short.
How good is this?
Really good. Couldn't have had a better angle in there.
Xander drew a pretty good lie over here in the right rough. Ball is probably about 6 inches below his stance. 173. Helps that the spin is cut on the right hand side.
Go, Xander.
Right down on the flat of the right green side bunker.
It's a pretty deep bunker right there too, Mark. He's going to need to really create a lot of speed to get that up with some spin.
He will be going back into the wind. All right, Rory. 149, our best calculation.
Plays uphill about 4 paces from where he's at. From his angle, wind in slightly, but mostly out of the left.
Pretty good weight there.
There's only 6 people in the history of the game to win the career Grand Slam, Mark. That's just such rarefied air. You think of those 6, the late Gene Sarazen, the late Ben Hogan, the Golden Bear, the Black Knight, and the Big Cat. Tiger sent Rory a text. I know Jack and Gary did too. Tiger saying, "Welcome to the club, kid." And you made a great point on the last hole, I think. That's just going to take something out of you. When you have the moment of your career, he went back home to Northern Ireland to see his parents. He actually got really sick while he was over there. Kept his commitment to the Zurich Classic of New Orleans, played in it while not feeling well. Then went on a media tour to New York, was on the Tonight Show, was on the Jimmy Fallon Show, and wore his green jacket everywhere, and he's celebrated his biggest moment. And since he's been here, I've had a chance to spend some time with him in the last few days. He's trying his best to focus on this event, but the last few weeks has been focused on that great moment last month.
So are you suggesting we split these majors up a little more? Potentially? I've thought that. Comes a little fast and furious. If you're trying to, you want, there's only a handful of guys, and we're looking at, no offense to Mr. Kirk, but 2 in this group that are skillfully capable of winning a Grand Slam in a single year. It's going to be tough to do, coming as fast as it happens. I'm not advocating to go back to August, but
I like the momentum that it has now each month, and how we get so excited and it's a quick turnaround. But yeah, if you are trying to complete the career Grand Slam or win another one after the one you just won, it's certainly harder. Schauffele won 2 majors last year, not in a row. It'll be for his par here. I want to ask you, because you ate dinner with Xander and Rory the other night. Each of you are PGA champions. Xander said last year after he won the PGA, he was still feeling the effects of that at the US Open. I was just looking at your tournaments after winning the PGA Championship in 1996, and you had a pretty good run the next 3 weeks, or the next 3 tournaments that you played in. You had a top 10 at the World Series of Golf, that old event. But what did that feel like? Did it take you a while to kind of come down from that cloud?
Well, that was in August. So, yes. I maybe carried decent play on for a few weeks, but I definitely got exhausted by September.
Yeah.
was not ready to play the President's Cup that year. So that would have been about a month later. So another little longer break would have helped.
Well, there's a lot of people around you, Dre. Maybe Rory makes some noise for him.
It's a quick little putt from the center of the screen back down to this front right pin location. Wants to move to the right. Most of that will come in the first part of the putt. Should straighten out right as it nears the hole.
Over the hole.
This is a bunched up leaderboard right now, isn't it, fellas?
My goodness, yeah. I know there's an electronic board over there near you, Dre. You have 3 players tied for the lead at 7 under. 3 more tied for 4th, 1 back.
That'd be 25 within 4. 25 players within 4 shots.
Wow.
Buddy's game just looking to get hot for a moment. Chris Kirk for birdie.
Yeah, one torrid 9-hole stretch by somebody, and they could get out in front. The other interesting thing on that graphic they had up was the age that each of those gentlemen achieved the career Grand Slam. I thought was quite interesting. Rory and Mr. Hogan were the oldest. So those first 4 names, they didn't stop.
It took Rory by far the longest.
Well, he just went to a decade-long stretch for various reasons. Some luck, some probably self-induced.
Moving to the right the entire way for Xander. Dropped a shot at 16, trying not to make another bogey here to finish up the green mile. A lot of noise happening around that 18th hole every time you get to a major.
Took a pretty hard right there, about 3 feet short of the hole. A lot of vague little reads around here, just subtle little movement. Tough for some of these guys to commit.
Solid save there by Rory. He gave that first putt a chance.
Not what any of these guys had in mind when they headed out this afternoon.
No, we thought when Rory was putting for eagle on 14, maybe something big was about to happen. This looked good for a long time.
Played a nice 3-wood to there.
Was able to make that birdie putt. But on the 15th tee, overcut this, hits the cart path, and goes out of bounds.
Yeah, that'll put a pretty good stomping on your momentum right there.
Make bogey there at 16, middle of the fairway with a wedge, ends up in the bunker. He did get up and down for par. Then misclubbed on 17. It led to a bogey. And he's 1 over through his first 9 holes as he walks from the 18th green to the first tee.
6 for 7 from fairways, and the one he missed was costly.
He is 9 behind leaders Scotty Scheffler and Jonathan Vegas. Jon Rahm has the best round on the course. He's 4 under through 15 holes going to the Green Mile. And Rahm is just 1 shot off the lead. Bryson DeChambeau is 3 under through 12. He's 1 back. Captain Keegan tied for 12th.
Well, there's good news, bad news. All those guys through 14, 13, 14 holes, they too get to face 16, 17, 18. So make hay while you can.
Yeah, Lucas Glover just bogeyed the 16th. He was at 4 under.
Those last 3 are going to be stingy today.
This is unique. Usually 2.5 hours after the leaders have teed off, you wouldn't have anyone in the grandstands at the first, but McIlroy started on the 10th, and so they've stuck around to see him, see Xander, see Chris Kirk.
Back into a little breeze today off the left. 506 yards. Yes, that's a par 4. Back center hole location. I got a sneaking suspicion this one's not giving up a lot of threes. The count is 5 birdies versus 22 bogeys. That's for today. That's the week for the week right there that you're getting a view on the left side of your screen. 6th toughest hole. It's fair to say Quail Hollow doesn't open with a friendly handshake here unless you're a member.
Because this is a par 5.
That's right. Then it's
once again, it'll be a par 5 on Monday.
It's a friendly handshake opener.
When Dre comes to visit, it's a par 5.
I make it a par 4.
I'm going to go with right to left breeze. Look at what's behind him.
A great looking shot at that 3rd bunker.
Good start for Chris Kirk there. You can call it whatever you want, Dre, but if Wags and I make a 4, we're circling it.
Well, I bogey it when I make it a par 4.
That target on your screen is not wrong.
Did you see the line Bryson took today?
I did not.
It was where that cloud is to the right. Yeah, it's in the neighborhood of the where Rory just went. further to the right than that.
Yeah, he asked if that was in the bunker.
From my angle, it looked like it was right of it. Am I wrong?
No, it's right of it. And Xander's starting his line even right of Rory.
Tight draw.
We do use the same tee box, by the way, same exact tee box, but it is a par 5 the other 51 weeks of the year. But today it's a par 4. Scotty Scheffler bogeyed it earlier today. He's bounced back and now he leads the PGA Championship.
That label of the best player to not win a major, and all of a sudden he's got 2.
Was there anything unexpected that came with being a 2-time major champion?
I really don't feel like too much has changed. Maybe I get spotted at dinner more often, but golf is golf, you know, unless you're Tiger Woods.
Xander with victory at Valhalla.
I feel like I'll have an edge on the rest of the field. I try to work as much positive self-talk as I can. You know, maybe just kicking in a little bit more self-belief prior will help, just knowing that you've done it.
What a year he had last year. I would like to give a shout out to the late, great Mark Carnevale, who had the radio call on PGA Championship Radio last year. He said the X-Man crosses the finish line first. Such a great call in Louisville, you know, where horse racing is such a big deal. We sure miss Carney. Xander having those magical moments at Valhalla and at Royal Troon last summer.
And we lost another great friend of the game recently, Mr. Jay Siegel. I'm sure he'll be remembered well at Aronimink, which is his home club outside of Philly next year.
Yes, he will. And last week we were in Philadelphia for the PGA Tour stop that is usually here. And now we're in Charlotte. Next year we'll be here in Charlotte for the PGA Tour event, and then we go to Philadelphia.
And gentlemen, I don't want any part of this shot. 222 straight back into about a 15 to 20 mile an hour breeze. There is good news though. It plays downhill 7 paces.
be trying to figure out which bunker would be easier to get up and down from. You would know, left or right? Left. Never miss right.
Just looking to sting an iron low here, landing somewhere in the center of the green, have it chase up that ridge. This is at the right edge of the green, needs a little bounce.
We'll have some green to work with, but it gets quick once it gets over that ridge.
I'd have to imagine it's just demoralizing playing with these guys. He's back behind them every single hole.
Compass out. That right direction has changed a lot. Should be, if anything, off the left. Yeah. If anything. Yeah, 7 closer. Yeah. Huh? Yeah. Like a 75? Yeah. Yeah, we got to pitch at 67. Okay. It's 6 short. That's even 65 with the flat. We'll get skip up and go over. 65 land.
Feels really right to left right now.
I know.
Big gusts right now.
Oh, gusts right now. Yeah, not hitting that. Back off the left now, lift a little bit if anything.
Listen to him, Xander. He's shooting you straight. Get off the left.
He is his best friend. His old roommate in college, Austin Kaiser.
This is getting held up in the wind.
Wow. Go hard. Get on the green. All right.
You play against the San Diego State Aztecs, Dre?
Crushed them.
Did you?
Same conference, Mountain West Conference, when I was in school.
Andres Gonzalez was a star for the UNLV Running Rebels. Those two are San Diego State Aztecs. This man also almost went to East Tennessee State, but he turned pro. Seemed to work out for him.
Was he enrolled?
I don't know if he was enrolled. I know he's committed.
Okay.
Mark, he doesn't fly public there either.
That would be commercial.
I call it public.
Yeah, me too.
This wind is just dancing around right now.
Harry Diamond went to UNC Greensboro for a semester before he went back home. Played golf, hurt his shoulder, and said, going back home.
Yeah, put on your wee little Irish Lynx golf cap and clip one under the breeze for us here.
There you go, baby.
This is gorgeous. Penetrating.
Knock that thing down. Oh, that was beautiful. Educated guesses. That's what it is out there today.
Woo, buddy, this is tough. Some golf courses will allow you to ease your way in, maybe give a gettable scoring hole right off the start. That is not the case here at Quail Hollow, as the best in the world know they have to be ready from the first tee shot.
It's a long one. It's definitely a hard one. You know, when you tee it up in that first hole, you have to hit a perfect drive. You're going to make bogey.
Yeah, it's intimidating. You know, you've got those 3 big bunkers that are looking at you from the fairway. But if you miss that tee shot, then obviously you're just trying to scramble for a 4.
The green is pretty narrow, which makes it challenging. It kind of slopes right to left, so you got to hit 2 really quality shots. You got to look for birdie there.
It's just a relentless golf course, and it starts with the first hole.
5 birdies here today. 4.3 scoring average. There are only 5 more players to play it too. Max Gracerman and Sam Burns, the duo, the only pair on the course behind these three.
That does not bode well for Mr. Kirk. I'd almost hesitate to make a. Oh, I won't hesitate. I'll make a guess. They're leaving it short here. Back into the breeze. It's downhill. It's a conundrum.
I bet he gets it there. I think the breeze is going to help him. He's going to be able to throw a little bit of spin on this. Have it check and release out.
And he's been in a few of these today, so he should be comfortable.
You're so smart, Mark.
Yeah, well, he got the case of the chunks there.
Let's see.
It's probably Xander.
I was thinking that.
Yeah. Should be.
Yeah, about 20 feet.
You know, in the days when you had to remove the flagstick or have it tended when you're on the green, many times the player off the green would go ahead even if he was closer. I think they may play a little more order now. Certainly not against the rules unless you're helping the other player. Not playing early.
It's a big swinger to the left here for Xander.
Should have a lot of creep out at the finish. Yeah, perfect speed. Great putt.
He'll remain 2 over.
This is one of several greens here where the back portion actually runs away from the fairway. I kind of like it. It encourages you to, you know, get that ball on back there when you're playing your approach shots.
A pretty straightforward chip and an absolutely perfect lie here.
Almost wanting to take the flag out.
He was making a motion like he wants to belly this.
Yeah, that's still doing it.
Get in there. There's a lot of left to right in it. Very well done.
That surprised me a little bit, Mark. The quality of that lie. I thought he could just go ahead and chip it.
I concur.
You were talking about this green. This is really close to where the old par 3 second green was. The first hole was a hole that was under 400 yards. And it was a gentle handshake. And then the second hole was a downhill par 3.
I mean, it was a bear hug. 400-yard par 4, short par 3.
Yeah, and then the next hole, which they're about to play, which is now the second, was the third.
And it was shorter.
The fourth hole is now the third. And then you had a par 5, a big dogleg left par 5 that's been eliminated, and 2 holes have been made there. Chris Kirk for par.
Doesn't look real enthused at the moment.
He falls back to 3 over. Xander and Rory are still 2 over.
Well, you called it. They were 1 for 6 from that right-hand bunker today. And they were pretty good players. Not a good place to miss.
Well, the next shot does call for Chris's draw.
It also calls for Rory's bomb.
That's true. Rory's going to look left of those first collection of trees.
Well, we're going to take a peek at this. 441 yards. We're going to go the conventional route. See that cart path down the left? That's Rory's route. Mortals go this direction. Played uphill, mid occasional short iron. Today's hole location is front left. There's no great bailout here, maybe just a little past the hole. Just it asks for a really good quality second shot.
The only question here is how far left is he going to take this over the trees?
Left of the tallest tree we can see left of the target, way up there.
Downwind, he's come close to the green before, Dre. I know that sounds ridiculous, but I mean like 30 yards short of the green before.
It's the Mickey Mouse cloud on the left. We're going left ear. Ah, he went.
Cut. Cut. Cut.
He didn't catch it.
Mark and I were watching some of the coverage earlier this morning, and Wyndham Clark had 88 yards to the pin on this hole.
Wow. And he plays a big cut like Rory just did.
Came out of that one a little bit.
This man has a ton of firepower too.
Oh, are you kidding? He's not even sneaky anymore. I think I might have called him sneaky long earlier.
7th in the field. The first 2 rounds in driving distance was Xander. Also aimed well left.
Stay in the air. Stay in the air.
Talk to me, boys.
We don't have it. We're looking. We're hunting.
Oh, there are 2 balls down there, so Rory did get past that. How about Xander's ball down there too?
There in the middle of the fairway.
Unbelievable.
And it looks like Mr. Kirk's going with a fairway metal. Play it like you're supposed to play it.
Just playing by himself today.
Oh, I can relate.
It's perfect, though.
And I'd say demoralizing instead of deflating, or is it all of the above? It does get to you a little bit.
Hit it closer than them on the next one.
Yeah.
John Rahm's on fire. Brooksie's 5 under through 16 today. He's tied for the lead with Scotty Scheffler and Bryson DeChambeau.
It's hard for most of us to hit a good golf shot with even a few strangers watching. So let's establish that as a baseline.
Justin Thomas. He's got that look.
Now, we can discuss the madness that is believing you can win a major championship.
Xander with victory at Valhalla.
It seems so familiar, part of our sporting calendar, that the inherent madness of this act has become almost obscured. It's nearly impossible. You've got to defeat the best golfers in the world. The course, the weather, and yourself. Every negative thought or bad memory demanding space in your mind.
There's your champion. Unbelievable.
Someone is going to overcome all of that and win this year's PGA Championship.
What a leaderboard we have, too. McIlroy, Schauffele, and Kirk just still trying to find their form. McIlroy and Schauffele both are way down the fairway at the second. Cutting the corner over these trees. Imagine if Rory would have hit his solids. Rory somehow got through that tree. Xander went over it. And Chris Kirk playing the hole conventionally, 94 yards behind.
You went 7, so I had 68, 7, 75. To me, we're pretty much west off that box.
I would be trying to fit it between the left edge of the green and the flagstick today. Would
So
that
okay
be
with
the recipe?
Yes. Yep.
Well, from Brack, where Chris is playing, not going to be able to put a lot of spin on it in the way that Rory and Xander are going to be able to. So looking to land this somewhere between the front edge and the pin. A little bit of a backstop, about 7 paces beyond it. And this is left. This is a tough spot to be. Mark, that's right where everybody's walking off too, so the grass is going to be growing into him.
Not what he planned. Nothing but a pitch left.
Pitching at 74. Yeah. Yeah, that front's 71. Okay.
As the late great Harvey Pinnock would say, just take that aim.
Especially from here, it gets a lot easier from this range.
Just like that. What'd you say Wyndham Clark had in? 80? 88? 88. That's Baker's dozen ahead of him.
One more look at Xander driving it in here.
Nice low flight. That lower flight is better to control your distance with.
Yesterday, McIlroy, sidewinder, the back portion of the green. One of 4 birdies in his first 10 holes.
Go, Xander!
But only 3 bogeys since for Rory.
His finish last evening took a little bit of steam out, I'm afraid.
He had 2 bogeys to finish his round, and 2 more today to go with 1 birdie. Chris Kirk has been out of position quite a bit today. Lots of scrambling.
He has got a really tough lie. The ball's sitting down on the ground. There's a big tuft of grass behind it. I mean, I'll say on the green is a good shot.
I don't know that you would want to land this on the green, would you, Dre?
On the green is a good shot. I don't care how you do it.
Yeah. I wondered if he might go low and try to hit it into the fringe there.
I just think that brings in having the same shot again with the big tuft of grass that he had behind it.
Right.
Kind of want to do over from the fairway, actually.
Or find a way to pick up 100 yards.
Yeah.
And did not lose his turn, but the good news is he's putting back uphill. Should be breaking about a cup, maybe a cup and a half from right to left.
Should be one of those kind of putts you can actually read with some sense of confidence. You ought to be able to see the break here.
I feel like Chris's pace of play has picked up a little bit too as he's dropping shots. Big putt now for Rory, just inside of 16 feet. Got a pretty good idea of what it did or will do after watching Chris's. I would hate to leave here with a par after that drive and then just having a wedge that just block out here ever so slightly. There's still a fair amount of people out here watching this group, though. This would cause some noise.
Maybe a little momentum there. And back to even par on the day.
And I know he doesn't have his best stuff today, but there's still 7 holes left in this round, and he has picked up a shot from where he started the day.
And now Xander to match him.
This isn't the most comfortable putt either. Fairly quick, and I think he does have to give away that right edge just a little bit.
Well, he better fall in love with it. Like that. I don't expect him to miss many right to left putts inside 10 feet.
Those two have been neck and neck since the start. They're good friends, both PGA champions. They love to eat dinner with Mark Brooks this time of year.
It's not even how I would describe it. It was a large table. We were in the same room.
You're there. They go to the third.
Well, we're not going to use that box that's back across the road, I don't believe. It's a new one they're contemplated using. 481 yards today. It's the old fourth. It's been not changed a lot. Such a great classic championship golf hole. 481. I'm going to go out on a limb. You know this green very well. That's a little shelf up there, is it not?
Yes. And past the flag to the right is
no bueno.
No bueno. Is it into the wind today, Dre?
Playing out of the left currently.
Okay.
Maybe just a little bit into it, but mostly out of the left.
Yeah, unless there was a helping wind, Brooksy, I don't think they're going back across the road. They've never used that tee box before in competition.
It looks cool back there.
It's up the left-hand side. Needs that wind to really push it.
Stayed in the left rough.
I had a very flat ball flight. It looked like it had a lot of speed on it, so that tree may be a little bit of an issue.
Every championship golf course should have several holes like this. A couple of holes anyway. Just a great ball striking test. If you miss the fairway, you automatically are working for a par.
Also on a very similar line, trying to cut it.
And a very similar result.
Quiet, please.
Leaderboard is ever changing at the top. We'll show you that in just a moment.
There's the breeze.
Roll up. Get it, Rory. Nice work. Not today, Donnie. Xander.
Bouncing around, still bouncing around over there.
Yeah, you lose your focus on this track, it'll...
Bryson DeChambeau is in the lead with Jonathan Vegas and Davis Riley. Scotty Scheffler just made a bogey. So did John Rahm as they try to win the Wanamaker Trophy.
We'd like to recognize our champion.
It's my honor to present to you
The player who beat the strongest field in golf.
the coveted PGA Championship.
It's my great pleasure to present to you
The Wanamaker Trophy as the PGA champion.
The Wanamaker weighs 32 pounds. Which weighs more, the Wanamaker or the Stanley Cup?
Stanley Cup. Thank you.
And that's the Stanley Cup with all the big Stanley Cup, right? I assume it's less than the Stanley Cup. Off sheer size, I think it weighs less than the Stanley Cup.
That is correct. Unbelievable.
There you go. Huh. Did all right.
Yeah, there you go. Last 5 champions, Morikawa winning it in his first try. Schauffele the defending champion, and still one of the most improbable things you'll ever see is what Phil did at Kiowa. As Jim Nantz said, defeating Father Time 4 years ago. Beating Brooks Koepka and the rest of the field there. Justin Thomas winning it for a second time. That time was at Southern Hills. First time was here at Quail Hollow, and Brooks has won it 3 times now. Mickelson, Thomas, and Koepka all missed the cut. The Carolina Hurricanes are still in the Stanley Cup playoffs, by the way. They're waiting to see who they're playing in the Eastern Conference Finals. They play in Raleigh, 2.5 hours from here. Beautiful look at the clubhouse here at Quail Hollow Club. The front entrance on this breezy Saturday afternoon. All 3 players way left here at the 3rd. Well, Kirk at least is way left. Schauffele and McIlroy are in the left rough.
Chris Kirk hit a big oak tree on the left-hand side of this fairway and kicked about 50 yards back. I mean, I think he's outside of 250 yards here on the left-hand side of the cart path. He's got a little window, but he's going to have to drive something low and hooking. And I'm thinking he's going to have to pull out lumber and then ask for a little bit of luck.
He definitely has a head cover off. This is where that rangefinder can come in a little handy.
Chris is taking his time waiting for the green to clear, so gonna try to craft something out and run it up that front edge.
So you're saying there's a chance?
There is a chance.
All
It's a small little window.
Just waiting for the green to clear. Bryson DeChambeau leads the PGA Championship all by himself now.
That's Saturday. One of my main comments watching the leaderboard and this wind and the golf course is doing its job, which is to start identifying the best players. And never do we have all the best players all play great at the same time, but you could argue that leaderboard's kind of what you're looking for. Bryson, Scheffler, Rahm, Fitzpatrick, Finau. Now we're going to go.
Yeah, he's getting ready. Hopefully he can show us some magic here.
Yeah, free swing slinger.
This is going to buzz by our eyes here.
Nice shot. So good. So good.
Stayed in the rough.
Did you see that ball?
He stayed in the left rough. He's probably 25 yards past where Xander Schauffele's ball is.
Ugh.
over the tree or around it, Dre?
He's got a phenomenal lie. I'm guessing he's going to go over. And coming out of the rough with this back pin, I think that's going to help him too.
It's sitting a little bit up, but it's like, it's going to jump a lot.
Liar.
Chris? Yeah. I mean, gap is going to apply what we saw on.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying it's either a number with gap or it's rail on the same way.
I know, but with the height of it, I'm just kind of on the sand. The height's not a problem. Even with gap? No. I wouldn't look at that. Don't think about the tree at all. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I got a net one on 18 flight help with 50. So the flight pin here, but it's hard to know. If you had jumping that much, I mean, if you get 20 even on it, jumping to 40.
Okay.
All right?
All right.
Reading the lie like they do think that it may catch a little bit of a flyer.
133 front. Mostly left to right breeze, I guess, on this angle.
Just a touch in there.
Go.
Yeah, I should
Go.
scooped under
Go.
it to see if I'm going to get to the green.
Sorry, Xander. Definitely not hurt, Coach.
And now Rory.
This is going to be a little bit more difficult. Ball sitting down. He's going to muscle this out now. It's also sitting and just hanging in the wind.
That too short. May have caught that front left bunker. About 125 left.
Kirk seems like he's got the wind knocked out of his sails right now, just kind of struggling his way around the course. It's not real encouraging playing as far back as he is with these other two players. I just feel like you have to be so precise. This ball is also sitting down. He's going to have to kind of hood this and just chop it out.
He'll play his fourth from over there. McIlroy and Schauffele short of the green in 2. Scotty Scheffler has a birdie putt over at the 12th, playing with Siwoo Kim and Max Homa. Siwoo is 1 over on his round. Max has struggled today. He's 3 over on his round. Scotty right there in it. Watch everything that happens at 14, 15, 16. It's interesting around those holes now. All of that available here to you live on ESPN Plus.
These aprons are so cool.
Yeah, Mark was saying, Dre, yesterday or day before about these Tahoma aprons that he thinks that their speed is almost championship speed.
I'd agree with that. There's a reason you see a lot of guys putting off it, but you can also create a lot of spin.
Just under 40 yards.
You were correct, Mark. That did go into the sand. He has to go over that ridge to get near the hole.
Fortunate the ball was almost coming backwards, that it didn't sit in its plug mark.
Yeah, that ridge is the complicating factor here.
Yeah, there's not a lot of room for error here. If he lands this pin high, it's going to bounce over. If he lands it into it, it comes back. Like this.
There are some people that are still out there waiting for these guys to play through the next few holes, but it is sort of surreal that the number 2 and the number 3 ranked players in the game are on the other side of the course, while the DeChambeau, Scheffler, and company battle is going on.
I get it. If you want to follow the winner, that's what you are probably doing, is being on that back nine. But if you want to watch some good golf and watch people grind that are the 2 of the top best 3 in the world, this is where you should be. You can get a good up-close look right now.
That will be for bogey. We got at least going into the final round at the Masters, we had a Rory Bryson battle. Maybe we'll get a Bryson Scotty battle tomorrow. Scotty did just birdie 12, so they're the top 2 names on the board right now. There's another look at Chris.
Nice technique there. You see he was descending blow. The club stopped abruptly because it was going down at the ground, not because he chopped at it. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
He just let it stop.
When we're watching major championships on coverage, you're typically watching the best players that are feeling it that particular week. But I'm, as an ex-player, really enjoying watching these guys not have their best stuff and still watch them grind everything out.
There should be no other way. It's part of what makes him great.
Back to 1 over on his round, 2 over for the PGA. Rory is currently tied for 53rd at 2 over. So they're
kind of looks that way, you know what I mean? If you're putting up to it, it doesn't.
17 players that are behind him now. I mean, there's a number of players that have struggled in these conditions today.
Yeah, I like that. It's going to fall that way right at the end. The grain's like right here on me. I don't have much and then falling right.
This is so quick sliding to the right. You just have to make sure you stay in this putt. Very easy to come out of it, easy to baby it down this slope.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say they don't all three love the third hole as much as I do at the very moment we're having this conversation.
Well, you've said it though. Hit the fairway. You have to do it to control your golf ball in this hole. That's what makes it so tough.
But it's fair.
Yes, absolutely. The defense of the hole is the rough.
And today, 15 miles an hour coming off that left side.
Sure, for sure.
They go over to the par 3 fourth.
Slightly up the hill here, 177 yards today. I'm going to call this co-location front center. That's where it is. And it's pretty self-evident there. If you want a birdie putt, you need to hit a quality shot. Stroke average is basically par.
Yeah, mostly off your right with the hair help. Yeah.
You heard Harry Diamond say there's a hair of help there, and that's going to really cause havoc for these guys trying to get this anywhere near this pin. You're going to have to flirt with that front bunker.
Okay.
This with 9-iron. Straight up in the air. Just left of it.
About 30 feet, 35 feet. Like a safe, little, that would be almost like a safety play.
5 shot with it, obviously. Yeah. I mean, it's just a range one.
Yeah.
Bring it out on the floor.
These guys woke up some 12 hours ago to play golf today, thinking that they would play just after 8 o'clock this morning, and then as they were walking to the first tee, the horn sounded, there was a weather delay, and it changed everyone's tee time for the third round, and their tee time was 5+ hours after they thought it would be.
Down. Starting right of it and really drawing to the left.
That one definitely took a ride on the breeze.
Did those balls touch each other?
I don't believe so.
Wind directly out of the right. The first two players slightly more down.
Good shot by Chris.
Yeah, that was very nice. Good stays. Yep.
Bryson DeChambeau playing the Green Mile right now with a 1-shot lead. the par 3 fourth. Xander from 40 feet away. Rory just more than 10 feet closer. And Chris Kirk has a good look.
And wins the greenie.
Yes, he does. You see all this movement in this fourth green. The wind whipping. There's Harry Diamond in the bottom of your picture, walking away from the ball. Rory McIlroy staying over there with his ball. Those two have been friends Rory's entire life. Harry's 5 years older than Rory, but they're from the same community in Hollywood, Northern Ireland. And Harry was an outstanding junior player, and Rory admired him. He wanted to be just like Harry. And they've been working together now for 8 years. And they just celebrated their biggest triumph together. Watching the two of them embrace on the 18th green. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
Absolutely. And he took a lot of abuse over the years for being too responsible for Roy not winning another major.
There have been some real delicate pin locations on this green so far this week. They're all sitting right on the top of ridges.
I was going to ask Taylor, is there a hole location you like the best on the screen? If I said you get to put it out there, right to left breeze. That's
right to left breeze. I'd go a little further behind where it is now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd put it where Xander just putted from.
Okay, a little deeper, a little left. And you'd feel like you got a chance to make a 2 there. This hole's been here how many years? 5?
No, it's been
longer.
Yeah, it was debuted for the 2017 PGA Championship.
There you go.
Yeah, in 2016, after the tournament was over, the PGA Tour event, the tractors literally came through the golf course after they came through the front 9. They blew up the old par 5 fifth that Dre, I bet you could sling a hook around those trees.
I used to could.
You should.
Just inside the 30 feet. Rory just has a look in his eye on this putt. Right line, just didn't get it there.
Yep. Not that it is a big deal, but I promise you they do not like being on the front 9 in a major championship finishing. So it couldn't be helped today, but oh, it's got to feel nasty to those guys. It's like you're not part of the proceedings.
Yeah, Rory knew it too when that horn sounded this morning, didn't he? He knew that chance to play in calm conditions. Go give everybody something to look at.
And finish in the proper order with the people.
Well, they'll get a chance to do that tomorrow. Everyone will. Two putt pars for all three. My man Joe Howlett, and from Nashville, Tennessee, is hanging out with us. Hey, Joe.
Gentlemen, three 3-foot putts. This is the zone of friendship, but in real life, they're really tough. I want to make them really easy for you. Grab a tennis ball, put it down there at about 3 feet. Here's the deal. Can you make that tennis ball? If you can make that, by the time you put that golf ball down there, It looks like a garbanzo bean from the salad bar. Now you've got a lot of room to work with. And if you can make the big ball, you can make the little ball. Try that drill, you'll love it.
What do you think, Brooksy? I love it. I like garbanzo beans.
Yeah, I do too. That place is amazing too, PGA Frisco, where our instructors are this week. They've built a new city out there.
I'll assure you, he's got a brain you'd like to pick if you want to know something about golf and how to play it. These guys know how to play it. 458 yards today. You can see it's sliding to the right. Tee shot's actually downhill a couple yards, and then it moves back up the hill to a pin tucked back there in a little pocket. It's about 20 feet behind where it was the first day.
Wind down off the right. This should free up these guys a little bit. 320 to carry the right bunker.
That's not in play.
We should see all of it right here.
Oh, the first one that went right.
That is mashed though.
That was roasted.
Over the bunker.
You hit it over that bunker a lot when you're playing out here, Taylor?
No, sir. I hit it right of it.
These two have been having a long drive contest all day, so if he gets it a little bit left of that bunker, should also not be in play for him.
Nice shot, Xander.
This is hook that needs to hold.
Let's go.
Turned out, caught a piece. It's perfect now.
That is so far. All right, 305 to the bunker on the left.
Just start this down the right side of the fairway. Let it drift.
That's also a beautiful drive, right center.
Our group plays the 5th. Just 5 holes to go. There are 5 tied for the lead. Bryson DeChambeau, though, is in the water at the 17th. It's ESPN Plus.
one of the strongest fields in the world. You know, there's a huge mix of international players worldwide. I think the PGA Championship sets up such an unbelievable tournament. There's no agenda. They just want to have the best player win that week.
PGA Championship, I think it's going to be one of the best fields in golf. That tournament would be, you know, I would say harder to win than maybe the Masters.
It actually has one of the strongest fields. It brings in a lot of the PGA Tour players. It brings out players around the world. But it also adds 20 PGA professionals. It's really cool to see other pros, even if they know they might not have the best shot at winning, to see them out there and just to enjoy the moment of what it's like to be at a major championship.
They just want whoever plays the best golf to win. They always do a good job with setting the golf course up because it is the major for professionals.
Especially appreciated what Colin Morikawa just said about the strongest field in golf. And how about the guy that's won the Masters twice, the #1 player in the world, saying it's harder to win the PGA Championship. He's trying to win it for the first time. He did just bogey the 13th. Bryson DeChambeau is going to make bogey or double at 17. How about those other names that are at 7 under? Davis Riley, Alex Noren, and Johnny Vegas is hanging around. Rahm shoots 67 today.
These guys can all play. I mean, are you kidding? Alex Noren, I wouldn't count him out at all.
Yeah, Noren and Riley playing together at 18. They're about to both post a number through 54 holes.
It is Saturday.
Kirk now 155. From the right side of this fairway, it does play up about 5 paces, 160 total. And there's some green to work with that is pitched into him. Has about 13 yards from the front to the back.
Just squeeze it in there.
All of Kirk's mannerisms, it just seems like he's running out of gas a little bit right now.
Yeah, go for it. 103 and 24. 127 up to 3. Cover on lines 114. Up 3.
Xander ought to be staring it down from where he drove it.
I would think so. 131 does play up a few, but there are not a lot of divots up in this area of the hole. Nice angle playing from the left side of the fairway to this back right pin. You just can't go long. Really thick rough beyond it. He's not going to be overly thrilled with that. Does have a putt uphill though. Rory now 121. Not so sure how fast this is going to be able to stop. Ball sitting down in the rough.
Yeah, about as good as you can do, right? Ooh, Mark Brooks had some of this earlier this week. It's one of those questions where there is no wrong answer, but the answer is still revealing. What would you say is your go-to barbecue order? Here in North Carolina, let's see what the pros go with.
The PGA Championship being played in Charlotte, North Carolina, barbecue town. What's your go-to order when it comes to barbecue?
Depends on which barbecue. There's Texas barbecue, there's Korean barbecue, there's Japanese barbecue. I do like barbecue. I will say tri-tip from California.
Charlotte, big on barbecue.
I don't think I've had North Carolina barbecue before.
Some ribs, pork, pulled pork, and some sausage.
Okay. I mean, that sounds amazing.
Burn ends all day long.
Do you have a preference when it comes to the region?
It's not a good question for me. I try not to do a lot of meat at home, so like I don't really go to barbecues.
Maybe Tom Ken will get some while he's here. You can always go to Willie Z and get a good answer, by the way. Zalatoris is a Dallas guy, but he went to Wake Forest, so he knows about burn ends, but he also knows about Eastern North Carolina barbecue.
Is your barbecue sauce mustard based?
Well,
or has it got the vinegar?
Well, it depends on what side of the state you're on.
Oh. So which side of the state do you put the pig in the ground?
That would be the eastern side. Yeah.
And they have the mustard?
They have both.
They have both?
Yeah.
The white? Y'all have a white.
Here, actually, in the southern, there are a few places here that have that white sauce.
Love that white sauce.
Another gnarly lie here for Chris.
It's a nice stab there.
Dre, what's your go-to barbecue order?
I like sausage, I like brisket, and ribs. And it doesn't matter if they're dry or wet ribs. I like ribs in general.
Well done.
I'm a big slaw guy too. Give me some coleslaw.
Brooksy and I had some of that the other night. We had some pulled pork.
Yeah, I tend to go with the vinegar-based slaw. How about you, Taylor?
Yes.
Yeah. Leave the mayonnaise in the fridge.
Almost always, yes. Agreed.
I'm a big boy. I'll do both. This can be a little bit quick here, especially if it gets below the hole. Another pin cut just right on top of a ridge, so if it gets
make your mistake on the high side.
Correct. It's not going in if it's below it. If it's above it, it may have a chance to kick down towards gravity.
He smoked it.
He knew it when he hit it, too. It's just been one of those days. Really been just one of those weeks so far.
I'm telling you, it's hard for these guys to focus. They're used to having lots of people watching them. Energy. And there's people out there, but it's not the same.
It's like Michael Block. He needs a lot of people to play in front of.
You brought it up, not me.
Back uphill the entire way here for Xander, moving just a little bit to his right the entire way.
Give it a rip. Gotta rip it. Oh, that close.
Looked good for a long time.
How far does he have here, gentlemen?
That would be exactly 5 feet 6 inches.
Doing a lot, probably just hooking a little bit for him.
No surprise there. All those bogeys are a little bit of a surprise.
This putt's actually a little bit longer than Kirk's was.
Still grinding a lot of pride in every one of these guys' games. I'd love to see it. Really not a lot to this. Also may want to move a little to his left, but not much.
Well, who knows? Maybe get a birdie or two coming in, Dre. He shot 62 in the final round 15 years ago at the PGA Tour event. Go do that tomorrow morning and before the leaders tee off and see what happens. He is currently 10 back, though. Alex Noren now the leader. Noren shoots 66. Birdie's the last. Davis Riley playing with him. 67. Vegas hanging in there. Scheffler dropped a shot at 13. Bryson DeChambeau just doubled the 17th. These guys go to the long par 3 6th.
Left hole location, probably not a favorable wind direction today. It's only 221 yards today. It's they've moved it up. This hole location is cut right over that left bunker. Again, you can see they're not making hay here. You could have seen this whole location before you left the locker room and figured out it was going to be pretty stingy.
These guys are using distance measuring devices. They've used them at the PGA Championship the last 5 years, and they're now testing them on the PGA Tour. Have been using them the last few weeks. And Davis Riley 2 weeks ago at TPC Craig Ranch and the CJ Cup Byron Nelson used his distance measuring device, and after using it realized the slope was on. Now it didn't even if the slope was on, it didn't really factor into the making any difference in the shot that he hit. But he went up to an official and called a penalty on himself, 2-shot penalty, and then eagled the last hole to make the cut. How about that? And now he's 1 shot off the lead in the PGA Championship.
Awesome.
Adjusted down to 213. Need to throw this way up in the air to get close. This is just right of it.
Right on the front edge. Told you this wasn't a very friendly hole location with this breeze direction. How many birdies you think? Without looking, don't look, don't look.
Wow.
All day. 69 players have been through so far.
What's your
1?
Oh, I was going to guess 3.
All of 1.
Scotty Scheffler just hit it to 4 feet on 14, made eagle. Tied for the lead with Alex Noren.
Did he already make it?
He did.
I know who I like in that matchup, but and I like Alex Noren. What a great iron player. He fights his putter a little bit, which is usually not the greatest thing to fight coming down the stretch Sunday at a major.
Mark, at this point when you're this far back, are you taking this pin on?
If I could, yes.
Is
still
Xander taking this pin on?
Yeah, I mean, it's when you can try to hit the perfect shot, I think. Challenge yourself.
This is fading to the right half of the green. This is going to be a long putt.
Probably front putt. You on the bunker?
I mean, if you're playing perfect golf, you got to send one up in the air right to left. Hold it up against that breeze. It'd almost be one more club and hook it in there for a right-handed player. Would you be going at it?
I just don't think I can hit it high enough to where I can justify going at it.
I'm going to die trying, though.
I may need like a 13 wood.
He's got a 9 wood in there.
Wind has switched a little bit to him. Not so much out of the left anymore, as straight back in.
Four holes to go here for our featured group on ESPN Plus. Uptown Charlotte, site of the PGA Championship for the second time. Hosted it in August of 2017 and now again in May of 2025. And the #1 player in the game has reached the top after eagling the par 4 14th, driving the green, making the putt. Alex Noren in with 66. Green mile gets Bryson DeChambeau. He bogeyed 16 and made double bogey at 17. Rory McIlroy just hasn't been able to get anything going today. 1 over on his round, 2 over in total. Xander Schauffele has played with Rory all 3 days. The defending champion also 2 over for the PGA Championship, and from different spots they both need to get up and down.
Yeah, Chris Kirk has a pretty good lie. And being downwind from where he was, I thought he might try to flop it up, but he's not. He's going to keep it down. He's just going to try to land it in the apron. Should kill it a little bit. Just trickle it up onto the green.
Kind of popped up on him. Got to drive it into that slope. That might be one to use a little less loft. Sort of force it up the hill a little bit.
Xander seems to have a little more bounce in his step than these other two at the moment. You could hear him say on the tee that that's going to be a fun putt. He's got his work cut out for him.
I think going back into the breeze might be a little bit of help. Should be going left pretty hard, and then it's not going to race away at the hole.
It is downhill the entire way, though, so he does need to be wary of the speed.
Well, I didn't mean he could bash it. It's not going to be a runaway freight train that lasts 5 or 6 feet. Should hook pretty good at the end.
Really well done.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Fantastic.
Nice read there. Got to be able to clean that one up.
Rory might be trying to take out the entire slope, land it on top with a little bit
Hey,
of
just hold
spin.
still.
Face is laid open.
Nice leave there. I got a couple of potential birdie holes coming up in front of them. 8, 7, and 8. Hole 7's right into the fan today.
All right, Chris, let's make a putt here. Back uphill and breaking right.
Just one of those days. Birdie chances coming up, though. 5 over on his round. It's been a ball striking struggle from the start. Now McIlroy to match Schauffele with another par. It sort of feels like a Rory Xander match play event we've had through 51 holes.
Neither one of them wants to lose to the other, I can tell you that.
They remain tied.
The question is, do they want to play with each other yet another day?
They're headed that way, aren't they?
Yeah.
Let's talk about some chipping now, Brooksy. Let's send it back to our guy, Joe Hallett in PGA Frisco.
Taylor, Mark, you know, I don't even have my wedge out, but I want to point out something, and we've seen some great chip shots. Great short game players always seem to have a target that they want to land in. Now, at the PGA Championship, they may be looking at something very small, like something the size of a cup in the green. Great amateur players might look at something a little bit larger, but what I want to challenge and help our viewing audience with is doing something that is so simple. I'm just going to toss these golf balls, but if trying to hit that small of a spot, I'm probably only going to hit it 5, maybe 10% of the time. This is a little better. I landed in my zone, but I want to have success while I'm practicing. Here, all I've got to do is land that ball over the line, and the more often I do that, I find they all end up together. Cross the line, and you will cross over to better chipping, gentlemen.
I love it. That's a great practice tip.
Rory McIlroy crossed the line here, got over the ridge, had a little check on it.
Probably more than he wanted, but he definitely wanted it under the hole. No, that's a great thought. Instead of, I've always found a specific spot, something really small, made me a little too uptight about trying to hit that spot.
Let's make a birdie, Mark.
Let's hit a fairway. Maybe all three. You can see the red. Those are birdie balls, and they come from the fairway. No surprise.
Wind out of the right currently. This is heading towards liquid.
Sorry.
We've been fooled all week. There's a little more room over there, but I don't know about that one.
Good. Yeah. Right on that pine straw's perfect. Edge of it.
Well, I got a line on it. I did not see a splash, so hopefully a little bit of rain this morning got that ball to stop.
Go, Xander.
Kind of down out of the right now, and you know what that means, Mark. That is go time.
Yeah, 548. Just outside of par 4 for these guys.
You're such a chicken. Fuck you, kid. Pussy.
And now Chris Kirk.
Need something good to happen here.
As we'd say at home, just man up and stripe one down the middle. Like that. Overhooking?
Yeah, it should kick right off of the bunker.
Oh, yeah. Good one.
There you go.
Xander's going to hit another one because he...
Just because he wants to?
Well,
little practice
he
shot.
wants to, or it could be on the pickleball courts.
Is that out of bounds?
Yes.
Really?
I'm not allowed to play from the pickleball courts at my course either.
You know, you have to take advantage of the par 5s if you're going to have a chance this week. Rory McIlroy today is 1 over on those 2 holes, hasn't made a birdie. Xander birdied both of them.
Ball's always good, Xander. Come on, Rory, walk in.
Hey, guys.
Looks like that man down the right side is looking in the water at Rory McIlroy's ball.
Yeah.
We will confirm that in just a moment. It's the 107th PGA Championship.
winning golf tournaments is great, but at the end of the day, that's not what life's about. I think with the way that I'm wired as a hyper-competitive person, you separate them, but at the same time, they're intertwined because when I'm out there, I feel like what I need to do is compete and play as hard as I can. When I'm out practicing at home, I'm preparing and doing everything I can because I feel like I've been given a gift to play golf. But at the end of the day, the golf tournament's over. You know, you take your hat off, shake hands, and you move on. And so my faith is such an important part of my golf game because it's not only an important part of my life, but it's what helps me kind of realize that it's not that big of a deal. You know, I'm called to compete. I'm not called to go win every single golf tournament. Do I want to win every single golf tournament? Of course. But at the end of the day, that's not what's going to satisfy my soul.
He's tied for the lead in the PGA Championship. He's just short of the green in 2 at the par 5 15th. Mark, you and I had a chance to spend some time with his parents the other night, and you can completely see why he's such a special person after spending time with them.
Well, he is. He's got the correct perspective on life. His foundation and personal the base of his being is so solid and so well-rounded. And like I said, he said he wants to win. He wants to beat your brains out, but he gets it.
What's going on next to these evacuation vehicles, Dre?
He's going to get relief. It's just dependent on where he drops. There's a tree right in front of where these vehicles are.
I thought they might be looking for keys. Just move them.
I bet you there are keys in them somewhere.
Rory's looking for where his golf ball went into the water. Opposite sides and both in trouble.
And I really think that Xander's just worried about this tree that's right in front of him and whether or not he's going to be able to drop on the other side of it. I'm sure he'd love to just move this van.
Kirk will go ahead and play.
Pretty darn good drive there. Smoked it out there about 320 yards from the tee.
And 233 to this back right pin. Wind is directly out of his right. Looking to start this at the center of the green. Let his natural draw and the wind take it. It starts at it and it's hooking, needs to hold.
That just crawled into the heavy stuff. That looks like a lot of fun from there. What tree?
This looks like it's going to be a fortunate break here for Xander, able to get to the other side of the tree. And we'll see if he has a swing now.
Finally have ball in hand.
Rory going ahead.
This is a tough shot for Rory out of this rough. It's coming in very low and it is left. This is going to be another tough shot. Well, Xander was able to place his ball, but he's probably going to have to lay up. He's well away from it.
He's got a lot of loft out now.
Just looking to get it back to a number where he likes. This is where having those distance measuring devices is going to help him out. This will do just fine, and this will put him back into position with a short iron in hand.
That is where you'd like to play from, in stark contrast to where Rory and Chris Kirk are. Scotty Schauffele going to the green mile with a one-shot lead. Beautiful evening here in Charlotte, as these three world-class players have 3 holes to go. It hasn't been their day, but always such a treat to get to watch them. And there you see the score. Scotty eagles 14, birdies 15 on the tee right now on 16. What we've seen from Schauffele in the last few years has been downright historic. And if you love the game, Mark, seeing somebody play the way he's played the last few years is just inspiring, isn't it?
Oh, no doubt. He just kept getting better and better and better and better. And he won Dallas about 8.
And I think that Rory right now is trying to think of what he wants to do next in his career. What is there left on the list to achieve? He certainly loves to compete.
Yeah, but mostly cross, to be honest. Not feeling health right now. 14, you have 7 behind it. 121 back edge. Pitching at what? 110? Yeah. Okay. Just slightly left, just because that false is on that.
110 ball?
Yeah. I mean, if anything, we should have a little bit of help feeling, right?
Yeah, I feel that.
Yeah.
108 then maybe?
Yeah, I like that.
.114 back to the hole. I'm assuming if he's trying to pitch it at 108, trying to drive this in a little bit lower. Little mid-flight.
Left.
Just having so much respect for how hard he worked to get proper relief for that second shot to give himself a chance at birdie, and now he has one. But what I was saying is, you know, Rory now, loves to compete. He'd love to win a lot more majors, but he's trying to think of, okay, what's next on my list now that he just had this big achievement?
Majors and Ryder Cups.
Xander, there is still something massive on his list. He's never been #1 in the world. He really wants to get there, wants to win the Masters, wants to win the U.S. Open. Scottie Scheffler still has some huge things on his list. He wants to win the other major championships. He's won the Masters.
Well, the way you get there is by staying in process. Keep inching your goals up appropriately and staying in process. And I don't think anybody stays in process better than Scottie Scheffler right now.
That's terrific from there.
And I would say Scottie keeps a lot of his goals to himself, which I appreciate. We know his standards are extremely high.
This lie is gross.
this position is gross.
This is filthy.
Stay there.
Sit down.
Man.
Sit down.
He's thinking about it.
No.
Yep. Nope. Yep. It's the breeze. Let it go. Well, you know this, Green.
That was just an impossible shot, and he hit.
Stay up there.
It tried
a
right
phenomenal shot.
No fucking way. No fucking way. Oh.
I thought that piece on Scottie was. It was the truth. It was definitely the real Scottie. That's all you ever get.
Well, this isn't the par putt that Rory was planning on having. I don't think he was planning on having a par putt, period.
That's true.
He's gonna have to hit this about 90 feet to get it there.
That's a 5. In the water off the tee, completely out of position above that bunker. Why not? There aren't pictures on the scorecard, Mark, but there are videos on ESPN Plus. Let's make a couple more here.
I'm ready. Cup and a half outside the right. Do you like more than that, Taylor?
No, I think that's a good read. He just didn't hit it hard enough. Tiger Woods was always a firm line putter, you know, instead of a lag line putter. Did it depend on the circumstances for you, or?
I wanted to be firm, and I never had the guts to be firm. I didn't want much left.
How about you, Dre?
I'd say I was pretty firm. That's what I relied on. I needed to hit more fairways, but putting was kind of my thing. I wasn't scared of the comebacker. And I had a lot of them. This is fairly straight for Xander.
8 feet.
He'd love to walk away from here with a birdie after that drive. He was disgusted with it.
You had Xander and Rory making the same score there, right?
Well, we thought Xander was out of bounds. You said he was over there playing pickleball.
And then he got in a break off of a vehicle. Let's head to the 8th. The tee is up.
Let's do it. 316. It's pretty self-explanatory. Just blister one up there somewhere around this green, ideally on. They're putting in a lot of funny spots and not getting up and down, and I suspect it's that hole location up on a little shelf, kind of back center. You can see I won't count, we won't be on long enough, but there's been a number of balls through the green. No problem getting there. Hopefully that green's open.
Rory and I have had some fun discussions about that hole location through the years. There's no room behind that hole. You know, it goes all the way off into the rough. And I do believe 2 summers ago that it was raised just a bit back there, much to his approval.
It's on a tiny, so you're saying it's on a tiny little shelf.
Tiny little shelf.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah. Which is why, look, Rory's always going to try to hit it down there as far as he can, but that's the prudent play. Get it down there and plenty of green to work with. It's downwind too, so it's less than driver.
92 and 17.
Just one more putt on the green. Bud Cauley is putting for birdie. I got a good story about Bud. His caddy is David Geese, one of the Quail Hollow caddies, who a few years ago started working for Quail Hollow member Johnson Wagner on the PGA Tour.
Well, yes.
And after Johnson's
career, Anchorman mustachio.
After Johnson's career ended, David stayed out there, and now he caddies for Bud Cauley.
Yeah. Awesome. You did mean to say Johnson's career started.
Johnson's doing PGA Championship radio this week.
This hole is a welcome sight to these players. 316 to the pin, 299 to the front edge. 3-wood for Rory.
Let's go! Go, Rory! Go, Rory!
Big swooping hook over towards that left oak.
Short.
Yeah, I think you can hit that. It didn't look like
About 30 yards short in the front edge.
Yeah, do you think it's driver? No. I just said driver. You got to hit like a high cut against the wind. This, I think you can just hit just a stock shot. You know what I'm saying?
Where is it?
It's right here. It is helping, but like his, I mean, he hit a 5. Okay. It's slight help. I think you just hit a good hard one of those.
Finishing on the 8 would be ideal.
Yes.
Also 3-wood in hand for Xander, and he needs to touch this to get it all the way to the surface.
Water! Go Bill! Xander!
Stay away from that tree.
Stay right of it. Right of it. Fine, right?
Does, and it's fine now.
You can do that, Xander.
That's a crazy thing.
Chris, not as long as Mcllroy or Schauffele, this driver should be the perfect number for him.
Right out of it. All right.
Went for the cut. Couldn't tell if it jumped in that bunker or not. We'll find out momentarily. Just 2 holes remaining for our featured group on ESPN Plus.
It's the PGA Championship, a tournament where legends and long shots both have shone.
Can it be? Yes!
You're not going to get better than the PGA Championship.
I don't believe it. Oh, add that one the PGA Championship lore.
To be a part of that history is the greatest feeling as a professional golfer that you can imagine.
You will join the most exclusive fraternity.
To win would be a lifelong dream come true.
It's the final round of the PGA Championship.
Tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time, Championship Sunday will begin at Quail Hollow Club here in Charlotte. Scotty Scheffler has the lead. He just parred the 16th hole. He's on the par 3 17th right now. Shot ahead of Alex Noren and Matthew Pavone. John Rahm in at 6 under, Bryson DeChambeau in at 5. Rory McIlroy and Xander Schauffele just have not been able to get anything going this week. They're both 2 over here as they play the 8th. They played the 8th together last year on Championship Sunday on the PGA Tour. And this is about the spot Rory put the pedal down and beat Xander. Xander's finished 2nd here the last 2 years. Of course, Xander would win the PGA Championship with a record 21 under par the following week.
These 3 shots are what set apart the best players in the world.
Stop.
Pretty nice there.
If there's any key that's simple that you could give all of us that struggle with those, what is it?
You're talking to me?
Well, you're the champ.
You talking about that 50-yard pitch?
Yes.
I'll have to think about that. Let's watch Chris Kirk try a long bunker shot first. Sounded really heavy. That was a 30-yarder. Well, rhythm's a big deal.
It seems like, Dre, these guys.
I've got my thought. I just don't want to interrupt Mr. Schauffele.
Okay, yeah, let's watch the X-Men here.
Because I do love his pitching style.
I do too. This is just slightly open. I'm just looking to land it maybe 8 feet onto this putting surface.
Sit down.
Got hot. See how jinxed him. All right. He'll get to drop that. Move it over. Well, is that closely mown? Okay. So here's what I'm going to say about the 50-yarder, 40-yarder, 30-yarder. Everybody talks about, oh, don't decelerate. Never decelerate into it. I firmly believe it's the same thing in putting. Just as many, if not more, bad shots are executed or attempted to be executed by over acceleration. So my encouragement is make the right length backswing. Don't cut it off short. Don't try to go to a specific spot, and start learning how to feel how much weight and I'm going to call it pressure you can get into the shaft of that golf club. Let the club do a lot of work.
It's great advice.
But over acceleration is death. Like here, just take it back far enough. You feel like you can just sort of drop it in there in the right spot. And doesn't always mean hitting the ball first, by the way. He just dropped it in there. Perfect. So there was no acceleration. The ground stopped the club.
What I hear you saying right there, Mark, is just take it back far enough and let the club do most of the work on the way down.
Correct. And always, if you think about it and take it to the next level, it's like I would like to have the speed I need at impact to happen earlier in the process. Don't wait and try to gas it at the end. If I want it to be going 25 miles an hour, get it going 25 miles an hour early and then stay on cruise control. So it should make sense. Everybody wants to hit at the ball. And the same is true with putting, I believe.
Another one of the greens at Quail Hollow where this is just a delicate uphill putt all the way, and then once you get to the last few feet, it does start to run off the back edge of the green.
That is a tiny little shelf there.
Rough day for Chris, but he's not alone. There are a couple of 79s out there today, 78, 77s. Now McIlroy to take the lead on Schauffele.
I think he knows it.
He does. He's still grinding to the very end. And when it comes down to it, nobody likes shooting over par in any tournament. Doesn't matter how hard the golf course is. Should be moving slightly to his left. but probably does not have to give away the hole.
Got it outside.
You're right. Same as that too, right?
And they go to the massive par 4 ninth to finish up.
.527 today. That's that new box back there. They put this pin right in the dead center of the green. Just a great big ball striking test. Pretty wide fairway. I'm not going to call it a generous green, but it's just a traditional green. Again, that's what this tournament's about. That's what championships or major championships are about. Let's test your ball striking and your brain.
Wind down off of the left, but it is starting to pick up a little bit right now. It did lay down for a few holes. 315 to the bunker on the right-hand side, but that is not where Rory's looking.
For left!
That has pulled quite a bit left. That's going to find tree trouble.
Almost 4 inches.
I think everybody's okay.
One last good drive here. Starting at the tree on the corner, trying to cut, should cover it. That's a perfect drive.
That one's out there.
And Kirk's going to have to take this a little bit farther right than that. And this is a smother hook into the trees.
Yeah, it's a last hole approaching the golden hour here on a Saturday evening. Kirk and McIlroy in the trees to the left. Schauffele in the fairway. Scheffler in the lead. It's the PGA Championship here on ESPN Plus.
There are thousands of golf tournaments. The infamous six-man at the Clarksdale Country Club, and the member guest at Cherokee, and pro-ams and amateur match play events. But really, there are only 4 golf tournaments.
Champion golfer of the year. Mcllroy has his masterpiece.
This is the PGA Championship.
What a treat to get to call it, too, here at Quail Hollow Club in Charlotte. Schauffele putting for birdie, one of the best shots of the day at 17.
Shocker.
Has a one-shot lead over Alex Noren and Matthew Pavone. John Rahm in 7th, Bryson DeChambeau in 9th. Schauffele, a beautiful tee shot there. See if Rory has any way to play to the green. And Chris Kirk has struggled off the tee today.
Chris Kirk in a bit of bother over here. There's a lot of tree trouble. There are a couple little alleyways depending what he feels more comfortable doing.
Yeah, other side of that tree,
right
please.
where he's looking.
That's good. Bigger tree, yeah. I'm not going to try to hit this low. Right. I don't think I need to really. Yeah.
Tough for me to tell which way he's trying to hit around these trees. Do you guys have an angle on it?
We do not.
I don't think you can get it to there from 241.
Came through clean. We think.
Rory has a clean lie in the rough. The grass is growing with him. 195 to the pin. 175 just to get it to the front edge. This isn't going to have a lot of spin. Right half of the green. Just comes up a little bit short. This is just a monster drive right here by Schauffele. Only 167 remaining. This is taken a little bit off of a 9-iron. Throwing this way up in the air, trying to cut back.
Good shot. Hole high. 15 feet, 18 feet left of the hole.
A chance at a closing birdie to shoot even on the day. Get back to 1 over the championship. Well, one of our favorite things to talk about is what you did, Mark. The 1996 PGA Championship was the first held at Valhalla. And Mark Brooks took center stage. The highlight shot was this approach at the 15th hole Saturday, holing out for eagle. Brooksy would go on to a triumphant Sunday, edging Kenny Perry in a sudden death playoff to win his first major title.
Hit myself in the face with that trophy. Knocked a tooth out. But
no, you didn't knock a tooth out.
No, I embellished that a little bit. You did see that little tight draw into that right hole location there on Saturday. The creek right, the one that went in.
Yeah.
I was so hook blind that I've always said it was a fade until I've seen it a few times. It's like it was a tight draw going to the pin on the right side of the green. So
might have to make room for another Texan at the dinner table next year.
He's tough.
Under 100 yards left for Chris Kirk here, Dre.
And 97 to be exact. Downwind, but this is an area that nobody has been. This ball's sitting down. And the struggles continue.
And Rory will putt from where he is. It's a beautiful breezy evening in Charlotte. Scotty Scheffler's on the 18th hole. Rory McIlroy's on the 9th hole. Few minutes left in the third round of the PGA Championship before we get to Championship Sunday tomorrow.
Now, Chris is going to have to be very precise with where he wants to land this ball from 72 feet. The ball's going to kick to the right, and it will be a little bit downhill.
Not much more real estate to cover.
We haven't had a lot of big moments from this group today. Xander Schauffele did start with a birdie at the 10th. He made some great par saves early. Rory McIlroy almost made eagle at 14. Schauffele almost made eagle at 15. Since then, really, the McIlroy did make birdie at 2, but really the big moment was Rory's miraculous par at the 7th.
I love it when big moments are pars in these majors.
Yeah.
This win really gave the majority of the field some problems today. From 62 feet, this is uphill the entire way. Nothing drastic, but continuous, and it should move about 1.5 feet to the right.
Another one of those. Getting some work in, though. I will say that.
These guys are going to be tired after this, too, and this is going to be a quick turnaround.
Yeah, it looks like, Trey, they'll be teeing off somewhere in the 9 o'clock hour, somewhere around there. There are over a dozen guys that are behind them that'll tee off in the 8 o'clock hour. But one of the questions left is, are they going to play together for a 4th consecutive day? Schauffele, if he makes this, that won't happen.
That won't happen very quick, and it's going to die hard to the right. About 12 inches outside that left hole.
No, walked out up and out of it immediately, and he will. You go ahead and put a mark on it. He was so good with it early, that putter.
Those left-to-righters are tough.
Especially when they're straight downhill. It's just so hard to really stay in it, stay committed to it. You just feel like you're just babying it down there.
If the person to your right was putting it, it would have gone in, but now Kirk, rough day today. And finishes with a double bogey.
He looked a little tired to me today.
Supposed to tee off at 8:25 this morning and teed off after 1:30 instead and shot 78.
Yeah. Rough driving day.
Big putt right here if they're going to stay together tomorrow.
Well, it's 6.5 feet. He didn't get it to the hole, so he's still maybe a mystery of what's left. See if he can solve it.
Still should be moving just a little bit to the right.
Problem solved.
So much respect for how hard he grinded today.
For sure.
Didn't have his best stuff, but fought like the champion he is. This tournament, this town, this course means the world to him. And there's a strong chance we will see the two of them for a 4th straight day tomorrow. Xander Schauffele and Rory McIlroy.
And they will welcome the quicker pace in the morning, I'll assure you of that. And playing the course in the proper order.
Meanwhile, the guy they played with the first 2 days is the story. King of golf is currently conquering the Queen City. Scottie Scheffler, 5 under on his round, leads by 2 over Alex Noren, who shot 66 today. John Rahm currently 4 back, Bryson DeChambeau and Captain Keegan Bradley 5 behind. Can someone from the pack make a charge? Like Matt Fitzpatrick, Ryan Fox, or the 45-year-old Lucas Glover. Shot 69 today.
I will say, if Scottie finishes off that 18th hole in proper style with a par, I think he's driven it in a divot or something. He's kind of gotten a bad break, but he'll handle it. I don't see anybody more than about 4 or 5 back of him having even a chance.
Who is going to join Mark Brooks's fraternity, PGA champions, and sit at the dinner table with you next year for the 30th anniversary of your championship?
Let's hope Tiger's here next year.
In Philadelphia.
We need Tiger back.
Coverage of the 2025 PGA Championship at Quail Hollow Club continues tomorrow on ESPN Plus. For Mark Brooks and Andres Gonzalez, I'm Taylor Zarzer. It's been a great day here at Quail Hollow for the third round of the PGA Championship. We'll see you on Championship Sunday.